Because I asked my question. I asked, we would talk, he would call me and would talk for 2 hours or 3 hours. I said, well, when does this man work? I thought those people in outside countries are always busy 24/7. But he would be talking about Uganda and UPC and the NRA. And I have seen his struggles at Uganda House. I think one of the few still standing congressmen, it must be Joseph Ochieno. The others have either retreated to the villages or have given up on the struggle. So Joseph, very nice to have you amidst us here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say again, I request that people who are seated at the extreme end, please draw closer so that we can we can look each other in the eye as we discuss about this country called Uganda and the road to 2026, which will be. I have seen the team from Agora. I've seen the team from Agora also with us in here. The team from Kituo Cha Katiba. The team from Uganda National NGO Forum. And all of you. Welcome. It happens to me a lot. I forgot to say who I am. My name is Charles Mwangusha, and I'll be moderating the discussions this morning. Thank you. Good morning once again. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We should be ready to start in a few, but we had a few delegations a bit late. So there are some people who are delayed in traffic that will be keen to have listened to the keynote presentation because part of their rejoinders will draw from the keynote presentation. And for that reason, we're trying to buy a bit of time, if you could use that word. I didn't mention that among the panelists that we have the former leader of opposition, the Honorable Winnie Kiza. At a time like this, when we're discussing what is called ex gratia. Honorable girl, I need to ask, can't Winnie go and claim her thing from? Now that the commission worked on things, when we were rewarding former speakers of the House, we rewarded all of them. So all former leaders of opposition should go and get their reward, given how things are. Honorable Winnie Kiza, very nice to have you here with us. Members of the board of the two organizations that have brought us together, Kituo Cha Katiba, represented or led by, not represented, but led by, the board is led by Dr. Fiona Mpanga, who's with us here. And from the Uganda National NGO Forum, Miss Barbara Babwetera is also here. I see people have refused to move forward. We missed an opportunity to go forward in 2016. Now we're asking people to move forward and they're not moving forward. But we'll see how that goes. We should be ready to begin. Most of the people supposed to occupy this seat here are already with us. We should be able to begin any moment from now. Meantime, pick some more breakfast. I can see, is that Lewis? Yeah, I think I can see Lewis somewhere there. David Lewis Rubongoya, Secretary General of the National Unity Platform. I think I see him. I can't see very well, but he has a unique dress code, so I tell from the dress code. I think I see him somewhere at the back. You're most welcome. Yes. Pick some breakfast, and then we'll start any moment from now. And this is how we'll run. We'll have a few welcome remarks, very brief. Then we'll have a keynote presentation on the system of government for Uganda and a peaceful political transition. What are the necessary reforms? Then we have a team of eminent panelists that will give rejoinders to that presentation. And after that, we will break into a plenary for us to be able to synthesize, analyze, make additions, make subtractions, and then after that, we will close and depart at leisure. My contract says that I must make sure that we are done by 1 o'clock. Otherwise, I'll be in breach, and I'll try as much as possible to make sure that by 1 o'clock we are done, no matter what time we start. That we shall achieve. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Good morning, and welcome to this high-level stakeholders conference discussing on the road to the 2026 general elections, revisiting the quest for constitutional and electoral reforms. My name is Charles Mwangusha, and we're ready to start. But maybe let me start like this. Since independence in 1962, recurrent political conflict and crisis have undermined socio-economic development, weakened institutions of democratic governance, and alienated citizens from taking their central role in nation building. I think that's the core on which our discussion this morning is going to be. We have all the people that we need, both in the audience and the people coming to speak from the podium here, and the people will be sitting in these chairs here. Join me to welcome amidst us Deputy Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, the Honorable Rose Namayanja. She walked in just a while ago. You're most welcome. Join me to welcome amidst us Professor Frederick Sempebwa. We can't discuss constitutionalism in this country and the 1995 Constitution without discussing Professor Sempebwa, especially the review. Join me to welcome amidst us the Honorable Wandero Gallo. Join me to welcome amidst us former leader of opposition, former woman member of parliament for Kasese District, the Honorable Winnie Kiza. Join me to welcome amidst us, I am about to run in trouble because I am seeing people I know on certain tables. I might mention some and skip some and I will be in trouble. But let's recognize amidst us from the National Unity Platform, Mr. David Leus Robongoya, Secretary General of the party, is here with us. So let me avoid getting in trouble with some other people. So seated in a corner there, there's a table there which has Isabella Akiteng. That table, I'm not introducing anybody there. I know everybody there, but I'm not introducing anybody there. I'll be in trouble. Dr. Sheila Mwanga may not be happy with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is put together by two organizations working in close collaboration. That is Kituo Cha Katiba and the Uganda National NGO Forum. I would like to invite two eminent ladies that sit on the boards of these two organizations, Dr. Fiona Mpanga from Kituo Cha Katiba, to come and make brief welcome remarks. Doctor, after you, kindly invite your colleague, Ms. Barbara Babwetera from the Uganda National NGO Forum to also make brief opening remarks. And then after that, I'll invite the keynote speaker and we'll proceed after that. Thank you. Doctor, Doctor and Barbara, you can recognize a few other people that I am not able to recognize amidst us. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable guests, honorable members of parliament, the Chief of Party, East-West Management Institute, Ms. Fen Theodora, our development partners, representatives of political parties, academics, and members of the civil society. All protocol observed. You're most welcome here. I stand here to represent our board chair and deliver his message to you. Our board chair is Bobby Kanji from Nairobi, Kenya. I wish on behalf of Kituo Cha Katiba to welcome you all to this national dialogue on constitutional reforms in Uganda. We thank all of you here in your various capacities for gracing us with your presence amidst a very busy schedule early in the week. We are indeed very honored for your participation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we meet here today to reflect and discuss possible areas of reform of our national constitution under the theme and specific reference to the form and system of government in Uganda. Kituo Cha Katiba believes that these are important subjects which are worthy of discussion in the current constitutional and political context, given that we are looking at 28 years since the promulgation of the Constitution in 1995, and the elaborate discussion which ensued in the Constituent Assembly prior to its enactment. We believe that this dialogue is going to be useful to enable us to reflect on the way forward. The dialogue is going to be guided by the findings and recommendations of our review that was undertaken by Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo, whom we thank very much, a senior member of the legal profession, a seasoned legislator, both in Uganda and at the East African level, whose efforts in undertaking this assignment are going to enable us have much to reflect upon and to discuss. It is our earnest belief that this dialogue will offer all of you an opportunity to fully engage in this very important discourse at this juncture. Our distinguished guests and participants, as I conclude, I wish to thank the Uganda National NGO Forum for partnering with Kituo Cha Katiba to organize this event. We extend special gratitude to USAID through the East-West Management Institute under its Civil Society Strengthening Program for supporting and making this initiative possible. We are truly indebted to you for that support. We also extend our special thanks to the panel of experts who have agreed to join us today to enrich the discussion that will follow. To you all, our distinguished participants, we thank you for joining us today, and once again look forward to your active and open participation. I wish you fruitful deliberations. I will now take the opportunity to invite board member, NGO Forum, to say her opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Barbara Babwetera is my name, and I am a board member with the Uganda National NGO Forum. I'm standing here to represent our chairperson, Ms. Margaret Sekaja, who has not been able to come. And I also bring along the apologies of the executive director, the Uganda NGO Forum, as he's away out of the country on official duties. But he's with us in spirit and wishes us all the best. And I wish to ride on the protocol already presented by my colleague Fiona but wish to add that honorable guests present here today, esteemed colleagues and fellow participants, on behalf of the Board of Directors and staff of the Uganda National NGO Forum, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you gathered here today for this significant national conference. Today we convene to engage in vital discussions surrounding the pursuit of constitutional and electoral law reforms as we navigate towards the pivotal 2026 general elections. As Uganda stands at the crossroads of its democratization journey, facing an impending yet uncertain transition, the clamor for constitutional and electoral reforms echo loudly amongst our citizens. Reflecting on our nation's history, marked by periods of civil strife and constitutions tailored to serve incumbent regimes, we hope and hold on to this hope that the process we are in now will yield better. We believe that through transparent debates and the adoption of provisions that prioritize citizens and democracy, we can foster the birth of a genuine national democracy. The government of Uganda, represented by the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, has reignited discussions on the imperative need for a national dialogue and constitutional review. These processes aim to fortify constitutional governance and uphold constitutionalism within our nation. This presents an unprecedented opportunity for citizens and pro-democracy activists to reignite their engagement and actively shape these reform-driven endeavors. In alignment with this goal, the NGO Forum and Kituo Cha Katiba have undertaken various preliminary activities, including cataloging the past contributions of civil society organizations towards constitutional reforms, collecting citizens' views through grassroots consultations, and conducting expert analysis of the reforms emerging from these discussions. Our aim today is to consolidate these efforts, fostering cohesion and crafting a unified advocacy agenda for constructive engagement with the state. Today's gathering sets the stage for an inclusive dialogue, providing a platform for public discourse on potential recommendations for constitutional and electoral law reforms. From the background laid prior to this meeting, there are 4 main thematic areas that have been developed and that have emerged prominently. One is around the electoral reforms and mechanisms to safeguard peaceful power transition. The second is the desired system of governance for Uganda. The third is around human rights, encompassing personal freedoms, rights to assembly, expressions, and association. And the fourth is around deepening Uganda's decentralization. As we engage in deliberations today, let us be guided by our collective vision of the Uganda we want to see, a democratic state that not only sets regional benchmarks for sound legal frameworks, but also cherishes, respects, and defends the rights of its citizens and upholds the rule of law. The Uganda NGO Forum wishes to extend its heartfelt gratitude to all our partners, particularly the donor community that has made this meeting possible, We also express our appreciation to all the key stakeholders and panelists that have honored our invitation. And we wish also to salute all of you, the citizens, that have made an effort to come and be here today. Your voice counts, stand to be counted. And with that, I wish to thank you for coming and wish all of you a fruitful deliberation for God and my country.
We make a deal that if we choose to appreciate somebody who has spoken to us, we do it all together and we do it properly. So can we give an appreciation to the speakers who have spoken to us already? Thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you very much, Dr. Fiona Mpanga. I knew when I saw Mr. Richard Sewakirianga on that table, I knew I would be in trouble. So, Dr. Suzy Mwanga, my apologies. I did introduce you as, I did mention Sheila, but I said I had been, I was trying to be careful not to introduce that table. Then I mentioned your name. Dr. Suzy Mwanga, thank you for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize two other people who joined us. I am not being particular in who I mention. Two former members of parliament, the Honorable Leandro Komakech, seated at the corner here. You're most welcome, sir. And my MP, the Honorable Sylvia Rwawogo, former woman member of parliament for Kabarole district. You're most welcome. May I now invite and ask you to join me in welcoming to the podium our keynote speaker, the Honorable Wandera Ogalo. His profile has already been given to us. I don't need to go over it again. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble with Dr. Mpanga, who did mention a bit of what he has done.
Distinguished participants, it is a pleasure and a privilege for me to be here to share a few findings from the research I carried out, and I wish to thank Kituo Cha Katiba for the opportunity for me to learn more. I was asked to touch on two topics, that is the form of government and the system of government. Now, I'll begin with the form, but before I do so, I wish to point out that the research has actually opened my eyes to more. I've even learned more from this research I carried out. I say so because it has given me an opportunity to re-examine my own thinking about these two topics. I served in the Constituent Assembly, and at the beginning, each of us was given 30 minutes on a general debate on the issues of the Constitution. Within those 30 minutes, you were free to choose on which topics you wish to give your general comments before we broke up into committees. I was looking at my maiden speech on these two topics. And I found that on form of government, The debate was either federalism or unitary form of government. The assembly, the Constituent Assembly, was divided along those two. And when I read through my maiden speech, I found that I had strongly supported unitary government, said a few bad things about federalism, said we needed unity and only the unitary government, form of government, would assist us reach that unity and development. When I looked at my own system of government, I found that I had supported the presidential system, the hybrid, against any other systems like political parties which were brought up and so on and so forth. So, this research gave me an opportunity to re-examine, as I did research, to look at those issues we went through in the Constituent Assembly. But that is the past. I'll go on what my research showed. On form of government, in the colonial times, the provinces, Uganda was divided into provinces, and those were the basic units of local administrations, with the districts, sub-counties, parishes, and sub-parishes below them. The exception was Uganda, which was administered as a single unit. All district boundaries coincided relatively homogeneously with ethnic groups, save for Kigezi, Toro, West Nile, and Bukedi districts. The functions of these local governments, the provinces, were administration of land, primary and junior secondary schools, health services, rural feeder roads, rural water supplies, agriculture and veterinary services, and maintenance of law and order. A lot of functions were vested in the provinces, in the local administrations. Now, in the run-up to the 1958 elections, there was one administrative system for the kingdoms, separate from one of the districts. So we had two kinds of forms of government, with the kingdoms and the districts. This is eventually what we adopted in our constitution, with Uganda having a federal status, Toro, Bunyoro, Busoga having, the other kingdoms having a semi-federal status, and the rest of Uganda having a unitary relationship with the central government. That is what we agreed on in our constitution. That this is the agreement which is going to guide Uganda. However, in 1966, we broke that agreement. Ordinarily, if you have an agreement with someone and you need to change some terms, you sit down and renegotiate the terms. But what we did, we used the violence and tore up that agreement and introduced a unitary form of government. So we have had that unitary form of government. And then during the 1995 Constituent Assembly debates, the issue still came up. The issue still came up. And it was polarizing in the Constituent Assembly between what was called federal and unitary. However, at the end of the day, after a lot of negotiations, to the extent I recall one where there were negotiations between the federalists and those who wanted multi-party politics, with the multi-parties offering to support federal if parties were allowed to operate. There were a lot of negotiations about these issues of form of government, but eventually on voting, we went unitary. We went unitary, but there were still issues. There were still issues, as can be shown by the debate of the same February report by Parliament in the lead up to the amendment of the Constitution. The Committee of Parliament specified that there were still issues on form of government. Even then, and therefore came up with an amendment creating regions. It was felt that by the creation of regions, when the Constitution was amended, that by the creation of regions, we would resolve this question of form of government once and for all, because it had been with us. You surely cannot say it is not an issue when we even had to reopen it 10 years after the promulgation of the Constitution. So if it is an issue, it is necessary that we examine it honestly and diligently and come up with something which can assure us that we have a consensus in governance. If we do not have a consensus in governance, we shall keep pretending. That everything is okay when it is not okay. So, what then did the people of Uganda, because there was a constitutional commission, the Odoke Commission, what did the people of Uganda say about the form of government? Because we have to build on that. The Constitutional Commission found that the people of Uganda were equally divided. The supporters of federalism said it encouraged the local initiative and participation in development. It encouraged the competition between different areas, which would be healthy for the development of the country. They said it would suppress autocracy and dictatorship if you had powers in the regions or in the federal states. They said it would lessen the scramble for political posts at the center, because there would be also posts at the provincial level, and that because citizens would be near the centers of power in the provinces, they could exercise control over government and minimize corruption. Those against federalism argued that some areas may claim that they are subsidizing less developed areas. They would say, why should we why should our money be taken to develop other places, and that this would cause antagonism, and that in any case, decentralization would settle the issue of craving for jobs at the center. Those for unitary government argued that Uganda is fragile and diverse, that a unitary form ensures national unity, stability, and development, that Uganda is poor and cannot afford expensive structures required in each federal state. They also argued that unitary government allows poor areas to catch up with the rest of the country and makes it easier to develop policies and programs in the national interest in respect of defense, security, democracy, and so on. Those were the people of Uganda submitting. Those who oppose the unitary state, as they found out, because this is what I'm saying are not my views, this is what the Odoke Commission, when it moved around Uganda, this is what it found the people of Uganda saying. Not me saying that. Those opposed to a unitary state said that we have had a unitary state of government since 1967, but it has not brought about, it did not bring about stability and development. And that just because you call it unitary does not automatically mean that there will be unity in the country. They also argued that as a country, common values of a national heritage have not emerged. That we are a country, but we have not had a common understanding of ourselves, that tribalism, regionalism, sectarianism, and parochialism have not been contained by a unitary state, a unitary government, that if anything, these ills have grown. Lastly, they argued that excessive centralization introduced in 1967 Constitution did not promote national development, uplift local initiatives to contribute to development, promote local consensus, bring about institutional checks and authoritarianism. It did not reduce patronage, and it did not increase accountability. That is what those who were opposed then said. So then what was the consensus? What did the commission which collected all these views come up with as a consensus? They said that difference in arrangements for local administration, differences in a local government, contributed to tensions among the people of Uganda, and there should be uniformity of local governments. There should be uniformity. We should have one uniform type of form of government. They said the local authorities, the local governments, whatever local governments will come up, should exercise effective control over public servants, irrespective of whether they are employed by the central government or the local government. They said whatever we come up with, we should have unity in diversity. The system should be flexible enough to cater for local circumstances and conditions. People should be encouraged to take initiative to deal with the local problems and needs in their own way. And they went on to give us who said what about form of government. The analysis showed that at LC and LC2 level, majority preferred a federal form of government, while at 3, 4, and 5, they preferred unitary form. They therefore, at the end, ended up by recommending decentralization. They said no to federal, no to full unitary. Decentralization can bring in some aspect of federal and also bring in some aspects of unitary, and we shall have a new good form of government. As I've said, if in 1995 we thought we had found a solution, the mere fact that 10 years later we had to revisit form of government shows that we didn't get it. We didn't get it in 1995. If we had done so, we wouldn't be revisiting it and amending the constitution to change the form of government. And just to conclude on Parliament when it was amending to bring regionalism, I just wish to quote what Parliament said. There has been an over-concentration of power ever since Uganda came in existence. Indeed, devolution is the first principle enshrined in the 1995 Constitution dealing with form of government. The CRC, that is the Sempebwa Commission, largely attempted to retain the spirit of this principle, while government proposals almost amount to an attempted re-centralization of what was once devolved power. Parliament is finding that even the decentralization we did in 1995, government had been, over the last 10 years, taking back that power from the districts. And they say this is demonstrated through the various proposals on the appointment and control of the cows, RDCs, and so on. So they came up, Parliament then came up with an amendment, and it became the constitutional amendment, which introduced regional governments. Question is, have we resolved it? Why aren't there regional governments today? Something is still missing. And if you are talking about a peaceful transition, you will not get to peaceful transition when the people are not at peace, when they feel they don't have the power they want to have. Peaceful transition is not simply passing on the baton from one president to another. It is a question of what systems and what the people really believe can be able to push the country ahead. So then, I'm going for the proposals, and these proposals I did not only look at our history, I also looked at the position in Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. Those 4 countries, plus our history, is what influenced my proposals. Number 1, just like the Odoke Commission says, we should have one form of government for the whole country. We can't have different governments. But what do we have now? The constitutional amendment, which was enacted, created the regions of Buganda, Bunyoro, Busoga, Acholi, and Lango, Article 178. It is said that these 4 were already deemed to be regions, that their form of government is region. Then he said that for the rest of Uganda, where districts, where 2 or more districts want to become a region, then they can agree to form a region. In other words, the constitutional provisions today give us two forms of government, regional and district, which the Constitutional Review Commissions, the people of Uganda said, no, we should have one only. If we have to have regions, let's have regions. If we have to have districts, let's have districts. It would be dangerous to have these different forms. Those who agree to region can have a region. Those who don't agree don't have a region. Then others are by law deemed to be regions. 2, I would propose that we take on the regional form of government. That's where we have reached so far up to the constitutional amendment of 2005. We are already at the regional government level. It is therefore not, doesn't make sense, having reached the regional level, now to revert again back to the district. And based on what already is in the Constitution, the regions in the Constitution, would just add on more so that we have the regions of Acholi, Ankole, Uganda, Bugisu, Bukedi, Bunyoro, Busoga, Karamoja, Kigezi, Lango, Sebei, Teso, Toro, and West Nile. I want to emphasize, we've already reached regional level constitutionally. We really can't now pretend and start going back and saying decentralization. After all, by the mere fact that Parliament found that decentralization, government was simply pulling back power, it means there is a problem with decentralization. And historically, it shows that our biggest problem has been this concentration of power, like a Parliament says, at the center. People come to Kampala and they want to own everything. They want to do everything. They think they know it better than even every other person who can govern themselves. That has been our problem, like both the Commission and the Parliament have said. So it is a time we face the facts as they are. Created regions. Number 2, again related to number 1, functions. I asked the question, why do we think that in 2005 we said the regions would be there, they were deemed to already have been created, and those areas have refused? It's because we're about power again. You want to give with one hand and take away with the other. Like the 10 years between 2005 and 1995 showed. We gave with decentralization, then over 10 years we were pulling back. Same thing with these regions which were created by Parliament. You look in the Constitution and you see regions are being created, and then you find you are giving the president power to take them over. Who would want to go into that kind of arrangement? Today you are celebrating your region and so on. Tomorrow the president says, I've taken you over. Let's be sincere when we take on this form of governance. So the question of functions, I read to you the functions which even the colonial people, the master, allowed the provinces to have. Far-reaching. So in my proposal, unfortunately I don't have time, but in my proposal, I have limited the functions at the center of government and instead given more functions to the regions. And it even shows our way, when you look at the Constitutional Review Commission, you find that they had given certain functions to central government and left many functions to local governments. But surprisingly, when the same Constitutional Review Commission came to make the draft constitution, because there was a draft constitution which the Constituent Assembly used, the same commission which had given local governments more power again removed some of those functions and powers and put them in the central government. That's what we saw in the draft constitution. Then even the Constituent Assembly, against the people's views to have their own power, again removed more of those functions and put them in the central government. That is where the problem of form of government is. Greed. We must learn to share. The people of Uganda say we want this power. The Constitutional Commission reduces what the people want. And even the Constituent Assembly does the same. We will not have a peaceful transfer when the people think they are being shortchanged. It will therefore mean, as a proposal, that the local government system shall be based on the region as a unit, under which there will be the district and others. Number four, it's proposed that the Electoral Commission shall, on the basis of Article 63, demarcate electoral areas for each region for seats in regional assemblies, because the Parliament has already given us what regions are. They have already said they will have local government, they will have regional assemblies, parliaments, and they will also have governments. So we don't even need to go there. We only need the Electoral Commission to demarcate constituencies in those areas. Next, we will then invest those local governments with the same powers and procedures which are there at the center. And of course, the relationship between the regional assembly and the regional government with the districts, sub-counties, counties will have to be redefined. I've also borrowed from the Kenyan situation where we need to list the objectives of devolving and transferring power from government to regions. Being to promote national unity while recognizing diversity, to give effect to the Constitution, to recognize the right of communities to manage their own affairs, to promote and to protect and promote interests of rights of minorities, to ensure economic development, so forth and so on. So, the proposals I am making specifically would be to have, people are normally very frightened when you talk about federalism. They begin thinking about feudalism. So let's use regionalism. The essence of which is to share power between the center and the local and the regions. That is something which has eluded us since 1962. It is something which eluded the Constituent Assembly. It is still eluding us. I submit that if we do not address this question, we will still continue having this problem of power. Let's try to make power at the center less and less attractive, because we are now confusing management of affairs of society with wealth, resources of the country. We are merging the two. Get power in order to get resources. So you'll always have that conflict if you do not start having some of these resources in the regions instead of being at the center. There will always be this struggle at the center. I see the moderator looking at me as saying, "You man, don't you know about time?" Let me look at the parliament, at the system of governance. Do you have presidential? Should we have parliamentary? At independence, we had a parliamentary system of governance. None of the parties had a majority in the elections leading to independence. Although UPC had, I think, 37, KY and DP, each one had less, but none of the parties had a majority. None would form government without a coalition. The coalition was formed, and that's how we went into government. So we have had the parliamentary system of governance before. In 1995, we changed it to semi-presidential, or hybrid, as we called it in the Constituent Assembly. But there is a rider, before I go into the merits and demerits, there is a rider to this. The parliamentary system is grounded in the existence of political parties. You cannot talk of a parliamentary system if you do not have political parties. But during the general debate, before we broke up into committees in the Constituent Assembly, the general debate showed very clearly that we were not going to accept political parties. We were going to accept what we call the movement system. So the parliamentary system was shortchanged right from the beginning. It was never on the table for debate. We already determined in the general debate, and even in the draft constitution, the Constitutional Commission had already told us we want a movement system of governance. So although there was that caucus of the multi-party, of what we call the multi-partists, the question of having a parliamentary system was never on table, because we had already made up our minds that we did not want political parties in Uganda. So a semi-presidential system was already predetermined, was already taken. So I would submit that the Constituent Assembly did not have really that opportunity to critically examine the system, the parliamentary system, vis-a-vis the presidential or hybrid, as we called it. And this was informed that between 1986 and the time we made the Constitution, there was this demonizing of political parties. Political parties are the source of Uganda's problem. They are based on religion, they are tribal, they are what. So over those 10 years, up to the time of making the constitutions, the parties were already, there was of course Chankwanzi, where people went to school to be told about how bad the political parties were. So I submit that there was no opportunity for the Constituent Assembly to exhaustively deal with the question of a parliamentary system of governance. And because of that bias, you can't hide these things for long. Because of that bias, 10 years later, when we back to political parties, we're back to political parties. So what would have happened, suppose there had been that sincerity to allow debate on whether, on political systems? Would we have gone with the presidential, or would we have gone with what we had at the time of independence? It's a question you must discuss and come up with. Now, my research showed that when you look at the presidential system or semi-presidential, the merits are that there is separation of power, the one we have now, that there is a separation of power which leads to efficiency because of formal and practical independence between the executive, between the three arms of government. That is one of the merits. Two, that the president is free to bring in experts in government. He's not tied down to politicians in the parliament. He can choose from outside. You know, like you choose Professor Sempe, you choose Professor Apollon Sibambi, the late Apollon Sibambi, and who everybody knew as an educationist, Minister of Education. You choose Ruth Acheng, a doctor, Minister of Health. That in a presidential system, there is that merit. Not to be tied down with the politicians, but to bring in experts to manage terms, to help the president manage government. Three, that there is stability. The term of office of the president is known, it is 5 years, which is not there with the parliamentary system, because the government can fall when there is a vote of no confidence. And that lastly, there is less influence of political parties to dislodge government. The government doesn't seem always to be fearful. Are we going to be thrown out by parliament? Demerits. The demerits, number one, is that since parliament has little hold over the president, because remember the president has his own mandate. He's appointed by, they're elected by the people. So parliament has very little hold over him. And that because of that, a president can easily turn into being an authoritarian. Number two, that there are always these deadlocks between the executive and the legislature due to this separation of power, and that it leads to erosion of efficiency and the wastage of time. But you can ask yourself, another side, you can ask yourself, suppose there is a popularly elected president, but he does not have a majority in the parliament. What would happen? Number three, that there is a lack of flexibility, which is found in the other side, but not in the presidential. And lastly, that the system gives sweeping powers of patronage to the president. He can choose the executive at will, and this can lead to what is called a spoils system. A spoils system is where the president appoints his business people, relatives, and the danger with that is that the relatives and friends also appoint others and compromise competence and being able to carry out the work. On the parliamentary system, the merits are given that there is a better coordination between the executive and legislature, because generally the majority MPs will support government, making it easier to pass laws. Two, that the executive is responsible to parliament. And therefore there is less risk of authoritarianism. The president knows that his power emanates from parliament. So he has to listen to the representatives of the people. And therefore he will be less authoritarian. As we said, under the president, the president says, I have my mandate from people. They also voted for me. Who are you, Parliament? 3, one of the merits is that MPs ask questions and put pressure on government to check the activities of the executive. And lastly, that the system offers representation of more diverse groups in the country. You'll get many political parties, each one is having his own support, and then they'll all get there and bring their views. The merits, why the people who say that this is not a good system. That there is no genuine separation of power, especially if government has an absolute majority in the House. And therefore, executive accountability is lessened. Because the executive and the parliament are more or less merged. 2, that there is a tendency for members of parliament to stand with only the interest of becoming ministers. They are not really interested in legislation, they are interested in becoming ministers. 3, instability, demerit number 3, instability. Once government loses the majority, it is gone. So it causes instability. Once there is a vote of no confidence, you fall as a government. 4, it rules out hiring industry experts like the ones I referred to. The president has to choose mainly from, he has just to choose from his colleagues in parliament, his or her colleagues in parliament. 5, there is a reluctance to take long-term policy decisions because of no fixed tenure for ministers. 6, political party partisan interests drive politicians more than national interests. Those are the demerits given. Now, in my research, in the comparison of the two systems, on the economy, due to the ability for coalitions and coalition buildings and debate, parliamentary systems allow for a more responsive government, more responsive government. The ability to represent a vast array of people through the coalitions, the better one is equipped to respond to changes in the economy. It's more flexible. It's more likely to lead to responsiveness on the economy. Political stability. My findings are that the odds that a presidential system will help preserve democracy are far less favorable. While it is true that a parliamentary system provides a more flexible and adaptable institutional context for the establishment of a consolidation of democracy, however, not all parliamentary regimes do so. That you are more likely to have a parliamentary system preserving democracy than a presidential or semi-presidential system. 4, flexibility. Replacing a president who has lost the confidence of his or her party is extremely difficult. Even when polarization has intensified to the point of violence and illegality, a stubborn incumbent may still remain in office. In the event of the president's death or incapacity, there is a temptation to conceal the incapacity until the end of the term. Even worse is the family members may keep secret the fact of the death of the incumbent while maneuvering to snatch power, which you will not find in a parliamentary system. Elections. Presidentialism is more problematic because it operates according to the rules of winner take all, which tends to make democratic politics a zero-sum game with a potential for conflict. Power sharing and coalition forming are fairly common in parliamentary systems, and incumbents are attentive to demands and interests of smaller parties. The conviction that a president possesses independent authority and a popular mandate encourages him or her to think that she has a sense of mission, with a sense of power, because I was elected by the people. You opposition, what are you? If the people wanted you, why didn't they elect your candidate? In that way, this is zero-sum game of having a person for 5 years creates changes even in the politics. Even in Uganda here, you see it. Honorable Namayanja there will start going to the opposition and saying, but where are you wasting time? You come and join us, we work together. Before long, you know, there is a memorandum of understanding. Because the other guy is saying, but now 5 years, I'm out. But with what am I going to be waiting for? Namayanja, tugende. There you go. So, in parliamentary, there is always that chance of change of government more frequently. Democracy. On democracy, majority of legislators, MPs, can unite against government just for political gain. Say we are going for elections, let's not allow him to have something to run on. Let's fail his programs. The same thing you are now seeing in America with Trump telling the Republicans, don't allow Biden to, that bill which will solve the border problem. We will have to run on that. Now, in a study of 178 countries between 1946 and 2008 by three academics, they found that in those 170 countries, there was evidence that electoral authoritarianism within parliamentary systems is less likely to lead a country to democracy than with a presidential system. Here, the presidential system had an advantage. Another study on debt scheduling between 1971 and 1997, in which 48 countries were studied, the probability of a parliamentary democracy rescheduling its sovereign debt was 47% compared to 83% for presidential regimes. So I've given you the merits, just briefly, the merits and demerits of both. Most important, however, is that you have to re-examine this matter afresh. Because although we are talking about the Constitution, my submission is that at the time of making the Constitution, the parliamentary system was not given sufficient attention. There was bias against it. So you have to re-examine it. But looking at the merits, characteristics, history, and so on, I came to the conclusion that we should go back to the post-independence system. Should have a parliamentary system of governance. That would mean amendments of Articles 103, 104, 105, 118, 108, 109, 111, 117, because essentially my proposals for this would, if we are going to introduce a parliamentary system, we'll have to do away with the electing a president directly. The president or prime minister, whatever we call him, would have to be elected by parliament. That would essentially be, of course, we'll have very many other consequential amendments all over. But essentially that would be, we are moving back to what we had in the parliamentary system after independence. This is weighty. This is weighty, yes. But what do the last 30 years since the passing of the Constitution show us? I'll conclude by our preamble. Our preamble says, committed to building a better future by a better future. 30 years ago, we said we're committed to building a better future by establishing a socio-economic and political order based on the following principles. 1, unity. 2, peace. 3, equality. 4, democracy. 5, freedom. 6, social justice. 7, progress. 30 years ago, we said these are the things which would enable us to build a better future for Uganda. If you are convinced that we have done these things, or we have now the unity, the peace, the progress, democracy, if you are convinced that we have achieved a better Uganda using these principles, we shouldn't waste the time saying we need to amend the Constitution. We are home and good. Should just close our books, take our lunch there, go home. If in your heart you are convinced that we have built a better Uganda using these 7 principles, then we need not sit here. If, on the other hand, you think we are struggling with unity in this country, that we are struggling with equality in this country, that we are struggling with democracy in this country, that we are struggling with freedom in this country, that we are struggling with social justice in this country, and that we are struggling with progress in this country, then we must reopen debate in these issues. I thank you for your kind attention.
If we are convinced that that keynote sets the ground for us to discuss this morning, can we give another big round of applause to Honorable Bugalo? Someone was whispering and said, if you're not convinced, you join something. If you're convinced, you join those who are securing that future. Depends on which way you look at it. But thank you very much. I'm going to request the following to come up and occupy these seats here, and then we'll see the way forward. May I have Professor Frederick Sempebwa move and take up a seat here? There's a microphone on each of the seats. May I invite Dr. Nansozi Mwanga, Executive Director at the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, to also come and take up a seat. May I invite Mr. David Lewis Rubongoya, Secretary General of the National Unity Platform, come and take up a seat here. May I invite the Honorable Winnie Kiza to also come and take up a seat up here. As they take up their seats, would like to recognize amidst us, I can see some of them have just moved out. We had representation from development partners from the Royal Dutch Embassy, the Embassy of the Netherlands in Kampala, the European Union, the Royal Danish Embassy, and representation from the United States Agency for International Development. We also have amongst us members of Parliament, Dr. Musa Noah, MP for Koboko North, Koboko District. You're most welcome, sir. Seated in the middle table there. The Honorable Kato Katoto Mohammed from Katerera County in Rubirizi District. We have the Honorable Melissa Anvako, Woman MP Yumbe. Honorable, where are you seated? Yes, she's seated on the other side. And the Honorable Bosinge Joab from Masindi Municipality, representing Masindi Municipality. You're most welcome for joining us on this morning. From what I heard from Honorable Wandero Gallo, are we looking towards 2026? We need to go back probably to 1962, journey through 1966, 64, detour through 1964, 66, 67, arrive somewhere in 1971, 72, and then get into the 1980s and the making of the Constitution that is 30 years old now, which is the 1995 Constitution. Maybe. I also saw in the audience Mr. Kaija Harold. He tells me that he's called the Secretary General. That his counterpart is called the Secretary General. For him, he's the Secretary General. I don't know which, I don't want to go into the groups the different people represent or they are Secretary General for. Let me invite the scion of our Constitution and the reforms that came with it, Professor Edward Sempebwa, to come and talk to us, Frederick Sempebwa, to come and speak to us briefly. You could speak from there if you want, with that microphone. You can come and stand here. I'll only do one thing, Professor, as you come. I'll make sure that we restrict the time. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes to make your rejoinder, and I'll give you a warning at about 8 minutes. Dr. Nansozi, I think she stepped out a little bit. She'll be joining us, but she's been seated. So. My apologies, Professor, as you come over. Can I have the Deputy Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, the Honorable Rosna Mayanja, also come and take up a seat here. My apologies, I think my eyes skipped you a little bit. Dr. Nansozi Mwanga, I'd request you to join the Secretary General of the NRM and also come and take up a seat here at the front. Professor Sempebwa.
Well, I thank the organizers for inviting me to respond to a presentation which I didn't have the opportunity to read, but I've listened. And I'll try my best to have a rejoinder. But I think before I do so, there is something very important we should consider as Ugandans. 1995, we thought we had made it a very comprehensive constitution. 10 years after, we are back to the drawing table. And in between, we have had a series of amendments, some very substantial, others rather amusing, like when we baptized the Electoral Commission as independent, we gave it a new name without changing its substance. What is it that will make us stop calling for reforms and calling for reforms year in and year after? Of course, one must concede that the Constitution develops. It responds to changes in society. And now again, some of these changes are taken into account in court pronouncements. And that is the most convenient way of accommodating changes that require constitutional amendments. But if we are not democratized enough, we shall sit here today and we shall sit here tomorrow, we shall sit here in 2026, and those who will be alive probably in 2050, discussing constitutional change. So this is a question to us: how do we ensure that we are democratized in such a way that we respect what we have agreed to? And the element of democratization, of course, include respect for differences, for opinions, transparency, accountability, and a few other things. If, for example, in our representational democracy, there is no accountability, we'll continue to have changes which the people have not agreed to. Because our representatives don't go back to consult once a change is proposed that is not necessarily pro-people, although it may be pro-leadership, as we have seen in the past when term limits were removed. The presenter took us through a form of government, and this concentrated on a form of government where powers are shared between the center and other governments. Call them local governments, regional governments, devolved governments. But there's a power sharing. And I think the important point here to ask ourselves, why do we look at this power sharing? It has been done in Kenya, and there were reasons. There were reasons which the presenter has given in 1962, and recently when regionalism was introduced. But one of the most important objectives of sharing power is to have checks and balances on the use of power at the center. This is why you find that most central governments will not tolerate effective local governments, because they tend to be a great check on their use of power, greater than what we have in separation of powers through organs of government. That is one. The other one, of course, is to have greater participatory democracy. Another one is to have services closer to the people. And this is why when we look at this form of government, we should look for units that have capacity to actually be effective governments. Effective governments at the local or regional level. And what builds that capacity? Human and physical resources. If you are looking at the unit, because although the presenters talked about regions, when we actually have an opportunity to revamp our local government setup, we have to be scientific. Look at for units which have capacity, that is human and physical resources. Look also for units in which the people have a sense of ownership, that they will be happy to operate within that unit. This is why the ethnic element sometimes comes in, although the big issue always is accommodation of minorities. Minorities become a big factor when you are looking for these units. And we have this experience in my work on constitutional review. We went to the east and we found that some areas, a sub-county, wanted a district. Why? Because they were Teslas and they were surrounded by Japa dollars. So when you are going to create a unit in this eastern area of the region, you have to be careful how you accommodate the minorities. So it is a highly scientific process. In 1995, the decentralization units were not scientifically demarcated. We simply looked at the existing districts and we thought they were big enough and they could have the capacity to operate as a basis of decentralization. And the idea then was that there would be some devolution of powers. We made mistakes because we did not define the powers of district governments very clearly. That is something you need to do when you have a system of devolution or decentralization or regionalism which will be effective. So I agree with the presenter that we need to revamp our system because we made mistakes. It was to a great extent well conceived and then mismanaged. Why districts were created on grounds other than those in the Constitution. Grounds that were political or purely ethnic. People ate rats and demanded districts. So on political basis, you accommodate them. We need to revamp that and have protection for these local units. Because central government will always try to re-centralize. Even in Kenya, after, incidentally, I was on the committee of experts that drafted the Kenya Constitution, the last portion of the Kenya Constitution. even after we had conferred on the people devolution which they demanded, through 47 counties that were very strong, are still strong, the first central government tried to recentralize. But because of the protection that had been accorded, this became impossible. One of the protection was that there was a system at the center designed for protection of these forms of government. System consisted of a Senate. It consists of a Senate. The Senate in Kenya is principally to protect the interests, to fight for the interests of devolved governments, the county governments. It's involved in discussing the revenues, share of revenues, and so on and so on. And maybe I should add that you will only have a strong local government system, whatever name you give it, if the share of revenue is put in the Constitution. The share of revenue collected centrally is constitutionalized. That has been done in Kenya. Not less than 15% of the national revenue must go to support the county governments. So this is something we should think about here. So really we need a strong devolved system of government. Me, I don't mind how you describe it. You can describe the Kenya system as federal. They call it a devolved system, just as in South Africa, but has all the elements except a few that will make a federal government. Should we create regions? There is a historical element. Whenever you talk about a region, the only region that is cohesive and strong now comes as Uganda, and other areas start suspecting whether the motive now is to bring back a strong Uganda government. You know, this is historical. I hope we have overlived it, but it is the region that is comprehensive, that the people can operate within. Now, you cannot say the East will become a region, because many people now will start saying we have, if the small Teso community in what is their area, is it Tororo district? The presenter knows better. Tororo and yes. If they can come up and say, no, we are not happy here, I don't know what will happen, but it will be sensitizing to have a bigger unit where people of different ethnic orientation can live together. But ultimately, you go back to the scientific method of demarcating those units so that you have capacity for them. I would say that our system of decentralization has failed. The only thing we have achieved is to create jobs, political jobs at local level. And as we start off revamping, we have to get worried about those jobs we have created. Because people now have eaten chairmanship. They are big fish in small ponds, and you have to discuss what will happen with them if those ponds disappear. But if we are honest with ourselves, those ponds should disappear, the small ponds. Should we have a parliamentary or a presidential system? I hope all of you understood what the presenter was talking about. We had the parliamentary system, 1962, up to the new constitution, which meant that only parliament was elected. The president was not elected. The leader of the majority party became president. And that's, some of you were old enough, 1980, that's the system we used. Dr. Obote came back from exile and became leader of UPC again. He did not stand for any election. He made sure that the UPC wins, and as soon as it won, he assumed the presidency. And Parliament and the executive are mixed. There's no separation as we can see it now. Even now, with our type of presidentialism, we still have some mixture of the executive and parliament. He has mentioned a few disadvantages of one and the other. But for me, the biggest disadvantage I see with the parliamentary system is that you need to have it in a highly democratized society, because the chances of shaking the executive are very high. And the executive has to respond. You can hardly visualize a vote of no confidence in a society that is not highly democratized. And you can hardly visualize a positive response to a vote of no confidence. Then you also need a system which has capacity to stand the shocks of those possible changes, because the government falls if that is achieved by a vote of no confidence, and you go back to an election. You have to have the capacity to handle that shock. It's not something we think we can manage. I'm not so sure we can manage those shocks. The presidential system, I would think, which we adopted, is good, only it needs a few readjustments. For example, the presence of members of parliament in the executive, in the cabinet, is something that we can rethink. Because if the president is not elected, then strict separation of powers should dictate that he or she has a cabinet that is not derived from members of parliament. Or if he chooses from parliament, then a member of parliament resigns and becomes a minister. Full stop. Why am I saying so? We are lamenting, and I have to be honest whether members of parliament are here or not, we are lamenting the capacity of our representation. Representation democracy is not that effective. And one of the reasons is that attraction, the lingering possibility of being picked from parliament tuyite ministry. Let me say so in Uganda, it makes more sense. Tuyite ministry. So, as a member of parliament, you are always careful. Don't overdo the criticism, if you do at all, because otherwise the eye of the big man will not see you. The other thing, of course, is that tends to weaken our presidential system is the way we have designed our system of elections, election management, so that we turn up with a parliament that increases by the day. That is again something that should be thought about. As you can see, if you have a parliament of 400 and 100 of them are ministers, then the system of checks and balances is minimized. Because on a day when these members of parliament turn up as the only, forming the only majority in parliament, what do you expect? They will make decisions that affect all the people. So the parliamentary system, yes, it has advantages, but I would prefer presidential system. But also I would need to add, the top leader should be elected. The president should be elected. For me to stand by and cheer my party and say you win, when you win, I walk in, we don't know. You don't know my credentials nation-wise. I may be someone that is greatly disliked by the whole nation. But secondly, here we have a chance to assess the merits of the leader, of the national leader, and then give him or her a vote. I think that is an opportunity that we need to retain. We didn't talk about elections. I will need to give my fellow exponents a chance. We didn't talk about elections. Every election cycle, the electional system is condemned by the participants, by the courts, and we keep quiet up to the next election. Even now, as we talk, the number of amendments, which even the Supreme Court recommended for presidential election, and only a few of them were actualized. We are about, when is the next election? 2026. We have barely 2 years. One of the problems, one of the recommendations about amendment of election laws is that they should be amended in time to allow the organizers of elections, the participants, to take account of those amendments, particularly the Electoral Commission. But if they are introduced in the last year, in the year of the election, there might not be sufficient time. And even the Electoral Commission in its various reports has complained about this factor, about this problem, late amendments of laws which clogs its ability to organize elections. Of course, there's other problems which we haven't discussed today. The problems, many complaints are about how it is appointed and so on and so on. But forgetting all those, it is clogged also by this problem. Besides, of course, the amendment of laws brings in a financial element. Invariably brings in a financial element, and it may be too late for money to be resourced for effective organization of elections. So you, dear participants, you are all concerned in this. It's time now to start agitating for at least, if we fail to convince ourselves meaning including leaders, that is a need for constitutional reform. But at least we should struggle for reform of electoral laws in time. And this is the time. Otherwise, again, there will be an outcry when the Electoral Commission fails in its duty, and invariably we shall say, you can see, it's a nomination of the president. That's why it has failed. It's not only that reason. It may be to other factors like this, which we can prevent and make a shortage of those complaints. Always complaints about presidential appointments. I will end by presidential appointments. Presidential appointments, you cannot deny the president some powers, including powers to appoint. I've heard people say, look, when the Electoral Commission should be nominated by political parties, appointed by Judicial Service Commission, and so on and so on. But ultimately, the president has got to appoint, should appoint. You can't deny. Why is he a president if he has absolutely no powers? What you need to do is to place checks and balances on the presidential powers. And the Constitution we have has tried to do so, but these checks have not been effectively implemented. Members of Parliament who are here, you can hear me. These checks have not been effectively implemented. You've hardly seen an appointment going to Parliament. Rarely, maybe once or twice in the life of this president, I stand to be corrected, where an appointment is completely scrutinized. People walk into that committee and they walk out, fully approved. So if we don't even utilize the checks that are already in the Constitution, why should we be requesting for more tightening of the screws? And tightening of the screws is not always the solution. The solution is democratization, and that includes you members of Parliament making sure, even if you are the majority in support of government, Honorable Namayanja is here, even if you are there, you are not supposed to be to say yes because you are NRA, because you are accountable to the society. So this is what we need. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that deep rejoinder to the discussion this morning. Now, they say you don't lose power twice, huh? And we're talking about concentration of power. Was that Honorable Gallo? That the power is concentrated at the center. And the battle is whether you take it back through districts or through regional governments. Let me climb this power for now and concentrate it here for a few moments. Thank you, Professor. Let me come to Professor Suzy Mwanga. And Suzy Mwanga. Yes, and I request you to use the microphone on your table. Thank you. Give you about 10 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 8.
First of all, thank you very much, the presenter and Dr. Sempewa. I'm not sure what rejoinder to make. I've listened to both, and the idea of the roadmap to the elections, I expected a lot more about the elections and the election cycle and what is needed to happen. Nonetheless, it's important, of course, to look at the reforms and what kind of reforms, constitutional reforms. But it seemed I was a little bit overwhelmed in terms of what needs to be done. If we're talking about a total change, for example, from presidential to parliamentary, a lot of things still need to happen between now and 2026. Actually, 2025, next year, because 2026, it will be already done. So my suggestion and my view, based on a book which will come out, was supposed to come out this week, but we have postponed it, which deals actually with the 2021 elections, that we need to have a tighter grip on where we need to focus. And I would suggest that based on the presentation and the rebuttal, that whether it's parliamentary, whether it's presidential, the issue comes back to us, comes back to the citizen. How well are we equipped to be able to drive the democratic process? Now, it's not just a question of going and putting your ballot box, your ballot in the ballot box, but it's your understanding of what your rights and roles and responsibilities are. If we talk about a parliamentary system, for example, it sounds very attractive, and it is attractive. But what kind of parliament are we talking about? The parliament that was just talked about of 400, whereby most of them, and this is done with a caveat because I haven't spoken to every parliamentarian, but I've spoken to a few, do not have an ideology, do not know why they're there, and actually do not represent the interests of anybody other than themselves. And I say that with a caveat. Some time ago, a long time ago, the late Professor Nsibambi, who was one of my supervisors, said the worst thing you can do to yourself is to become a parliamentarian. And I was really aggrieved because I thought, why? I mean, that's a really nice, cushy job. You go, collect your money, have your car, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, because at the end of the day, I have been there, and most of the so-called MPs do not represent anybody. He said, you hear that phone call, that phone ringing over and over again. They're not asking me about what they need to do for their constituents. They're asking me that I should not take away the privileges of traveling business class and cars and so on and so forth. That was the late Professor Nsibambi. I'm not saying that I've spoken to every parliamentarian, but as we discuss the roadmap to 2026, I think we need to make it a little bit more grounded. It would be great to think about the larger changes that need to be made, whether regionally, whether strengthening decentralization and ensuring that power is actually devolved and services are really devolved to the people and so on and so forth. But I am suggesting, and I stand to be corrected, that it's much better that we start off with what we can do. Let's bite what we can chew. Let's deal with the issue of civic education. Everybody runs away from the idea of civic education. Why? Is it because it's easier to rule those who do not know what their roles and responsibilities are? Is it maybe civic education will awaken a different kind of responsibility within the citizenry? I don't have the answer. I do research, yes, and I have a book here which will be launched hopefully within the next month, which has academics, non-academics, and so on contributing to it and dealing with the issues of 2021. But what I'm saying, and I think that I've been given the floor for the few minutes that are remaining, that maybe it's important for us to go back to the drawing board. It's important to go back to the drawing board, not because we don't know what we want, but because when we talk about big reforms, it means that the essential, the nuts, bolts and nuts of what we are as a society gets lost. I want to be able to say elections 2026, the roadmap to elections 2026. What's the what is the campaign for elections 2026, the civic education campaign? Who's doing it? Who's responsible? We at the center have been trying to look at, for example, the youth, and no one is talking about them. The last elections, the youth constituted 41% of the electorate. That is 18 million people. That is 2021. What is that number likely to be in 2026? And that, how do you turn that number into a dividend, into an advantage? Because actually, one doesn't have to do very much to overthrow a government. You imagine that dividend of 18 million voters, and some of them maybe didn't even vote. How do you turn that into an electorate that is responsible, that is responsive, and able not only to articulate for themselves, but also on other issues? The other issue that I think seemed to be not very clear, and maybe I wasn't listening very well, is the issue of political parties. Where are they? Where are the political parties? Because when you're talking about reforms, especially in the lead up to 2021, where are the political parties? What is their ideology? I mean, there's a lot of ideas about what needs to happen. We need to have term limits. We need to get rid of the current government and so on and so forth. But what are political parties themselves doing? Are they democratic themselves? I spent a while, and I'm going to finish, I think my 10 minutes is probably up, problem of being a teacher, you talk and never stop. But recently I had a study about young people and talking about their views and so on and so forth. And I was amazed that young people from cross-section of political parties, DP, UPC, NUP, NRM, all had the same voice. There are a lot of chairs. There are a lot of chairs that we are supposed to occupy as young people, but not enough tables. We don't get to sit to the table. We don't get to make decisions. We don't get to be allowed not only to think, but also to present ideas that may put our parties at the forefront. I am not, I might have diverted and not responded directly to the presentations themselves, but as I was listening to the presentation, I thought there was a number of things that I wanted to hear that I didn't hear. And more questions were raised about, what do we do in the lead up to 2026? And to me, if you do not talk about the youth, if you do not talk about political parties and reforms within those political parties themselves, if you do not talk about civic education and ensuring that I and you and everybody else is able not only to know our rights and responsibilities, but able to actively participate in the process, then all the other reforms seem to pale in comparison and therefore would take a back seat. I
almost cut you off there because I think it's a very good point for us to engage in this discussion. What pales in comparison? What are we talking about as we move towards 2026? Do we look at this structure called Uganda and say, no, we need to raise it down, rebuild? Is it redeemable where it is? Whether you're talking about the constitution or talking about the specific electoral laws, let's hear from the political parties. Where are they? Honorable Winnie Kiza. Honorable Winnie Kiza is from the Alliance for National Transformation.
Thank you so much, Charles, and I would like to thank the organizers for this meeting to ensure that we begin talking about our country. And I think we are in conformity with Article 1 of the Constitution, which gives us the power. That the power belongs to us, and I think we should use this power to determine how we should be governed. We should use this power to talk about the necessary reforms that we want as a people. Like you've said, yes, I am from the Alliance for National Transformation, and as political actors have since, I think 2005, been agitating for reforms. I'll never give up on reminding citizens that in 2021 up to 2022, Ugandans across the political divide and members of the civil society again demanded for reforms. And they came up with what they call the Citizens' Compact on free and fair elections. This compact was elaborate on the issues that Ugandans thought were dear to their hearts and would guide them in the democratization process. They were aware that our journey to democracy and good governance has been a bumpy one. And they were reflecting on the 1995 Constitution, which tried to put a tarmac on our road to democracy and good governance. But they along the way found that again the road was narrowing. How was it narrowing? They realized that even the 1995 Constitution could not answer certain issues in our society. And I think after the ushering into multi-party dispensation, we all agree that the 1995 Constitution no longer meets our desires as citizens. The 1995 Constitution was talking about an all-inclusive kind of governance. In 1995, when we came back to a multi-party dispensation, certain things needed to change. To let the actors in a multi-party democracy participate equally on a leveled ground. And so, that is why you find that Professor Mwanga is asking, where are the political parties? Where are the political parties? The 1995 Constitution kind of gives excessive power to the president to the extent that he muzzles even the political parties. Those of you who have followed the rulings of 2016, the Amama Mbaba's case, will agree with me that the courts also did propose reforms. And the reforms that were proposed were in respect of the earlier proposed reforms by the Citizens' Compact on free and fair elections. The giving of donations during campaigns, the participation of the military during campaigns, citizens' engagement during campaigns, and just like Professor Mwanga has said, whether we go parliamentary, whether we remain presidential, as long as the citizens of Uganda do not understand where they are going, and reforms come in as a last-minute issue, we shall continue to be served with crumbs of electoral reforms instead of slices of bread. Every time we are going for an electoral cycle, people have asked for reforms. you can't just stand up to say I'm going for an election where one of the actors is the one who has appointed the referee, has appointed the linesmen, and is actually responsible for their budget. And then you call others to the table and say, come and we play the game. You are going into an election where the incumbent still has all the powers to donate whatever he wants to donate. He will use the donations that are given by law to attract support, and people will think he's doing it in his capacity as a president, he's doing it in his capacity as a fountain of honor. It doesn't create a level ground for all actors. And so to us in the political parties, we still think that Ugandans should talk about the necessary reforms, and to me this space gives me that opportunity to reawaken the citizens out there and say, let's continue discussing. Indeed, it's late. And I can tell you this is intentional, that many times we shall talk about reforms when we are about to go into elections. It draws me back to what happened in 2017, when parliamentarians were beaten during the amendment of the Constitution to remove the age limit. During that time, the issue was that government was trying to respond to the court orders in respect of the Amama Mbabazi case. But the matter of the age limit was not a matter of contention in court. Even in 2005, when the Constitution was amended to remove the term limits, nobody had asked that the terms be amended. And in fact, that was going to give citizens the first time to try the first safety valve that we had in our Constitution. So from time to time, our road to democracy and good governance gets narrower and narrower. And therefore, the need for us citizens to keep engaging and asking ourselves, where are we going even as we go towards the 2026 elections? You and I don't know where we are going. I can tell you that even those in government don't know what the election will look like when we get into 2026, given the contradictions that are even appearing in the ruling government, where you have the one saying Kituo Cha Katiba, the others are saying standby generator. When you look at the standby generator, it is not connected to any switchboard. So we keep wondering as citizens and say, do we want to go back to the pre-1995 Constitution? Because the 1995 Constitution wanted to cure these issues of not knowing where you are going. The 1995 Constitution looked at the past, which had been turbulent, but we are still grappling with the turbulent past. We are carrying it into the present. We are likely to even transport it to the future. So to us as citizens, let's revisit the Citizens' Compact on free and fair elections. It had elaborate proposals that we think, if implemented, some of them are the proposals that the Honorable Wandera Ogalo did allude to, of saying, can we have an independent electoral commission, not in name, but in practice? Can we see a parliament that will be free from manipulation, where the members of the executive are separate from the parliamentarians? And yes, Professor Sembewa did allude to it, that people keep waiting to eat. There will always remain a space in the cabinet that they will keep tossing around to say, you are the next one to take it, you are the next one to take it. And it keeps people at bay. Don't think the non-appointment of the bank or the governor bank of Uganda is not intentional. They think it's intentional. Some people must be kept on tenterhooks. These are the powers that citizens seek to check by requesting for proposals and requesting for reforms in our laws, to check the powers of the president, even when we shall allow powers, some powers, to remain to the presidency. But the ones that we have in the Constitution now are so excessive, gives him too much power to patronize all citizens, to do as he wishes, because the Constitution warrants so. Even dictators that have lived, by the way, some of them will quote the constitution, they will quote the law, as long as it gives them those powers. So the political actors can only play from a leveled ground if some of the reforms are taken care of, that possibly even the reforms that were proposed by court can enable us a fair ground. I would have expected that after the 2021 elections, the officers who killed people in broad daylight would have been dealt with in their personal capacity as officers. I should have expected that even after that order from court, opposition actors will be at liberty to use radio stations and will not be switched off as they go to converse for support. I would be comfortable to find citizens engaging and knowing the roles of their leaders. As we speak, a member of parliament is voted depending on how many people or how frequent he or she buries, how often she attends weddings and ceremonies. People don't understand what their members of parliament should do. And because of that, they don't know how to even hold them accountable. So can we continue with reforms, or to ask that civic education becomes a matter of fact, that the powers of the president are reduced, that parliament becomes independent and the executive independent to the effect that members of the executive are not drawn from parliament, that the electoral commission will continue being an electoral commission which is independent not only in name but also in practice, that the army will cease to participate in electoral matters, because the army is seen to be an army for all citizens. But where they take direct participation in electoral affairs is an issue that we need to interrogate as citizens. And so this gives us an opportunity, this debate, to continue talking about the management of affairs and making our governance better and better every other day. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. I've been itching to ask, where do we begin from? When do we begin? There's a timetable. We're actually on the road. And you made an allusion to the road becoming narrower. And I reflected on, there was a campaign against, about potholes in Kampala. And some people were joking and saying that we don't drive on the left anymore, we drive on what is left of the road. And looks like we're driving on what is left of the Constitution. So I'm wondering where that journey for reform begins. When does it begin? Is it feasible? I mean, people are busy campaigning for the next election, and they're doing exactly what you're saying they shouldn't be doing. We are moving forward. I don't know how, but Lewis, you listened to Honorable Wandero Gallo make his presentation. You've listened to Professor Sempebwa. You've listened to Professor Nansozi, and you've listened to Honorable Winnie. Your take.
Thank you very much. For starters, I think when we come for conferences of this nature, I want to first of all appreciate the presenter and the fellow panelists, but most importantly, the organizers of this important forum. And allow me to recognize my acting president over there, Dr. Lina Zedriga, is acting president of the National Unity Platform at the moment. So it's important that I recognize her. I think that the challenge we have at times is to engage in an academic debate that does not really reflect the reality in our country. Once we approach this as an academic debate about reforms, about the law, we lose the argument. Because from where we stand as a National Unity Platform, Uganda has, they are not the best laws, but some of the laws are good. But they are violated with impunity every other day. And there are no sanctions. So I've been hearing, for example, the presenter talk about parliamentary system versus presidential system. I mean, if you have a parliamentary system in this context, it is going to be abused with impunity. Just like the presidential system has been abused. You can talk about, and indeed, the presenter talked about it, that even the decentralized system that was initially put in the Constitution was abused by the very system that was supposed to implement it. They took away the little powers that were being given to the districts. So the challenge really, and as we go into another phase of the election. For us, where we stand, and we've been very categorical as a national unity platform, that the problem are not the laws, but the impunity. That's what you get to see. For example, the Presidential Elections Act, the Electoral Commission Act, Parliamentary Elections Act, etc. All these provide for, one person, one vote. But you see what happens regularly with ballot stuffing everywhere, evidence-based. The Supreme Court, in the previous decisions, 2011, 2016, even 2006, spoke to some of these violations and then said that they were not substantial enough to affect the outcome of the result. But they condemned, for example, the involvement of the military in electoral matters. But you see that every time you go, even these by-elections that we've been having, you find the military at polling stations, guns at polling stations. You've already seen the media covering these things. You have, for example, the presenter talked about the fact that the law changed now to give more time to file a presidential election petition. But at all times in these elections, you've seen that the leading opposition candidate is placed under house arrest immediately after the election, including this election. Our presidential candidate was placed under house arrest. So how is he expected to interact with his lawyers, to go out in the field, to look for evidence, to file a case? So the point is that really, let's not engage in an academic discussion about reforms. I think we should be real to ourselves and condemn the impunity that is going on in this our country. So that even the little laws, the good laws that are there, are not being implemented. So if we go into another election and we say, okay, let's come up with some other beautiful laws, what we have in this country is not the lack of a good constitution. Well, I don't even know if we have a constitution now, given what has happened to it. But the problem is the breakdown of constitutionalism. You may have a very beautiful constitution, but in the absence of constitutionalism, you will have problems. And I think that's what Professor Sempewa talked about, that will come back next year, 2 years later, 3 years later, and the problems will still be there if we do not deal with that particular challenge.
Lewis, if you could, pardon me to interject there. You're listing out what needs to be done. The question is the how. When do we begin? How do we begin? Where do we begin from?
So I'm giving context actually to this debate and trying to say that in my view, no matter how many good laws you have, if the system of impunity does not go away, I mean, I've had Professor Mwanga asking where the youth are. Professor, the youth were abducted. They were in cells. They were in safe houses. Some of them are still missing. Those who tried to sound out voices to participate in the last election, many of them were killed on the streets of Kampala. General Museveni, the head of state of this country, came up and said some of them are killed by stray bullets, what he called stray bullets, and promised that there would be compensations. We're talking about 3 years later, nothing has happened. You've not seen prosecutions. So you cannot say where are the youth. The youth actually want to participate in these elections. But if every other day they are abducted, we have a woman councillor who resurfaced yesterday after 9 days when she was missing. So to answer your question, for me, I'm trying to put into this perspective to say that the problem, in my view, is not the law. I mean, even looking back at the 1995 Constitution, as a constitutional history scholar, I'll say that I think that Constitution was, the Constitution must be read as a whole. It was made at the backdrop of term limits. For example, that's why the president was allowed to appoint electoral commissioners for 7 years each. The assumption was that one president would be only able to appoint an electoral commission once when he or she would be involved. But you took away term limits and left that provision there. That is why you have openly NRM cadres being appointed to the Electoral Commission, which should be independent. So then the problem is not the law. The problem is the impunity. The problem is the rulers who do not care about the law, who want to stay in power at all costs. And as we have seen, every time the law becomes a hindrance in their way, they just kick it aside. For example, the parliament, incidentally before the last election, amended the Presidential Elections Act to say that all candidates should be given equal access to media owned by the government. But you know what happened? Her presidential candidate was unlawfully removed from radio stations across the country. I personally went around this town looking for space to advertise for billboards. And the owners of these companies said they had a ban. They couldn't allow us advertise. And some of them were frank. They said the last time Dr. Bessie was allowed on some of these companies to have billboards, actually, some of these companies were slapped with billions in taxes and they ran out of business. So no one was willing to have the Honorable Chagulanyi Sentamu Robert on their billboards in Kampala. So is then the problem with the law, or is it the impunity? So my view, ladies and gentlemen, good enough I'm here with the intellectuals and the educated class. Let us rise up and fight impunity in this country. That will be the solution to this, our country.
Honorable Namayanja. Yeah, you rejoined to the discussion. I'm not putting a specific question to you.
Thank you so much, Charles, and I want to thank the organizers for this discussion and to thank the eminent persons that have enriched the debate and everyone who has come. And I must say from the start that we've got to look at where we came from a pre-crisis period to a crisis period, to a conflict period, a post-conflict period, and where we are, and building, because until we understand the journey that we have taken and where we are, then we cannot look at the future. When the Honorable Ogallo was making the contribution, the keynote speech, and I want to thank him for the study, he looked at a number of those issues and together with other colleagues who have made contributions. When you look at from the time of our independence, it was 22 years within which we had 8 presidents and 3 or 4 constitutional orders, including a no constitution period. And in the 29 years, from 1995 to date, 29 or 28 years to date, we have had 5 amendments to the 1995 Constitution. So I must say, first and foremost, let me comment on the issues raised by Honorable Wandera Ogallo on the form of government, a centralized versus centralized or unitary government and regional government. I expected Honorable Wandera Ogallo to elucidate more on Article 178, which attempted, it was a constitutional amendment, which attempted to reduce to decentralize. Of course, there is what is done by the districts and what is done by the central government, and Article 178 with the schedule, the 5th schedule, talk about the regional governments. I thought he was going to dissect that and look at why it failed, or why in any case it was not implemented at all, and what is it that we can do. What were the pros and cons? Because at least there is something near to regional governments, or there are regional governments that were created in the Constitution. What is it that can be done to either improve the available provisions or remove some? Otherwise, I agree entirely, and that was the thinking in 2005 when these amendments were being made, that there are services at the central government and there are services at the district level, but that a regional government would be able, or regional governments would be able to handle a lot of what is done at central government to ensure improved service delivery and the rest. So I really wanted to hear a little more about Article 178 and the 5th schedule of the Constitution in as far as regional government is concerned. Of course, the Kenya situation is something to learn from, but I would love to hear so much about that. And now the issue of the systems of government, whether parliamentary or presidential, as a party, we, first of all, even before I mentioned what we espouse as a party, these are provisions that were made, the Constitution was made at a backdrop of where the country had come from. So, majority of the decisions that were made were largely to prevent scenarios that had happened before and where we want the country to go, or where they wanted the country to go. So whether parliamentary system or presidential system, I must say that as a party, we are open to dialogue. We are ready to have those dialogues for that which we think is the best position that can take the country forward, but bearing in mind that the power of the people is very, very important in each of them, whether parliamentary or presidential. I liked the idea brought by Professor Sempebwa, and where Parliament elects a president on behalf of the citizenry. And the process that a candidate goes through, the election process, the citizens are also able to interact at various levels and appreciate, and also to be accountable. Maybe if being accountable through representatives can also be a solution, but these are all things I must say that for us as a party, we welcome this dialogue. In any case, a lot that has been done or that has been achieved or that has not been done has been through these discussions and dialogues, but not forgetting that the Ugandans have a lot to say about the same. A lot has been talked about electoral reforms. And I cannot say that we are where we want to be, but I can comfortably say that we are not where we were. And every election cycle that we have gone through has brought improvements to our electoral systems. Even the presidential petitions that we've had have substantially enriched our electoral systems. When I was still a member of parliament, I would see that after a cycle would have the Presidential Elections Amendment Act, Parliamentary Elections Amendment Act, and the Local Government Amendment Acts, and other electoral-related laws. But that all this was coming from a backdrop where we were in 1980, the voting process, the electoral process, the electoral laws that existed in 1980, even what we used in 1996, There were improvements in 2001, there were improvements in 2006, and even the presidential petition of 2016, the land council here, Professor Sempebwa, brought in civil application number 5 of 2019 with a view of ensuring that government implements the recommendations that were made in the constitutional, in the presidential election petition of Amama Mbabas versus YKM7. And to the extent that, to the effect that there was contempt of court by the Attorney General and the government, and government or the Attorney General was able to indicate to court, and largely court concurred with what the Attorney General said, that some had been implemented and others are being implemented, and a number of them were actualized in the 2021 elections. So to me, I say that we may not be where we want to be, but we are not where we used to be. And it's a responsibility of all of us. And those reforms, because it's also important to give credit where it's due, those reforms are now part of our statute books, and we are keen to continue improving on the same. Now, there are a number of issues that have been raised here, which I can also comment about. Professor talked about MPs representing themselves, regardless of which political party an MP belongs to. I don't think it's very fair to say that an MP actually represents themselves. We can sit in these meetings, in these SC meetings, and whatever we deliberate on, we can do the research. But these MPs and actors that go at the lowest level, that interact with the citizens on a number of cases, I think it's important also to continue engaging them. Yes, there can be improvement, but you can't say that all the MPs just represent themselves but not the communities. A lot is being done by some of them, but that what I must also add is that our community, our citizens, are more conscious today than they were 10, 20 years ago. The communication terrain that we have today, it's not a situation where one would listen to one radio station, would watch one television station, would only depend on just media by the radio or TV, but that what happens in Parliament today, what happens in the judiciary today, somebody can know 200, 400, 500 kilometers away from here, immediately in real time. So let's leverage on the consciousness of our community, on the improved communication. I agree with the professor on the issue of civic education. It's not something that can be done in one day, but that each one of us has a role to play to ensure that we continue to engage the public as our constitution says. And now the issue of, my sister here said the opposition cannot even access the media and cannot have that time. This is something that we have been, as a party, also engaging about. You go on a talk show, these talk shows that we go to, and you have a representative of, let me say, FDC, you have a representative on that talk show, you have an anti representative on that talk show, a PP representative on that show, and you have an NRM representative on the same show, which lasts 60 minutes. And each of you is given the same time. And who of the two gets more time? Who of the two parties? Because these are 4 other political parties speaking the same language and advancing the same cause, and you are alone. Even when we look at where we are today. So, the issue of media and engaging, it's not something that we can say that we are also very comfortable with the status quo. When you look at the political parties, still, my sister said that an MP keeps looking at that dangling one position. But when you look at the systems within our political parties, yes, you can talk about the standby generator and the Tovaku main and everything. There is no political organization. There is no corporate organization. There is no entity, even in our homes, that will not have differences, that will not have disagreements. Indeed, one person said that if all of us are thinking alike, then nobody is thinking. So these agreements are normal. But what is important are the systems to remedy those disagreements. And as a party that has been in power for these decades, the fact that we are still there means that we have had systems internally where we handle those disagreements, where we agree to disagree or we totally disagree, but we continue moving nonetheless. Otherwise, what would be the dangling effect, the dangling issue for a political party like the FDC to create another one of the anti, and then the remaining FDC creates FDC1 and FDC2. So these are things we must also discuss very openly, and we say we want to improve the systems, because as we talk about multi-party politics, whether it's a presidential system or a parliamentary system, the systems within internal our political parties, the safeguards and everything that we have. Because until you have political parties that are strong, you cannot have, and they're the main actors in politics. Because if you have strong political parties, then you are sure you'll have strong governance and everything. So basically, I think...
Can I cut you there? Is it you're concluding?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I wanted to cut you there and bring this discussion to the audience. I don't want to interject with a lot of my own questions. I would rather we have the audience ask the questions and engage with this dialogue this morning. You've listened to the different players here. I don't know if Honorable Namanja would have preferred that we have 2 people, but Honorable Namanja, you're not government, you're NRM. So in terms of representation of political parties, 3 are represented equally. The government may not be, and we have 2 academics. Let me hear from the audience. You put up your arm. Kindly don't start a discussion from the audience. Raise your point, ask your question to whoever you want to ask that question, and allow others. Let's make this the most democratic space available for us this morning. Can you start from the back? There's a lady there. I think she's wearing black and red, yes. And then we'll come, there's another lady here. There's another lady there. Looks like, yeah, I'm told we have in the audience from the Democratic Party, the Honorable Christine Mugerwaka Sule, Deputy Secretary General. She's also with us. And Madam President from National Unity Platform. Yeah? Thank you. Let's have the lady there. Kindly keep it brief. Mention your name and what you're contributing to.
Thank you so much. My name is Helen. I am from UID. And I want to appreciate the panelists for the very cool discussion. But my question goes to the Honorable Namayanja and the Honorable Dr. Susie. Dr. Susie raised the concern about the youth question, and I think Honorable Winnie raised the question about the political parties question, and I equally believe that the two are very key in electoral reforms and constitutional reforms. So I want to find out their solutions and what they are fronting ahead, especially in a political party like NRM, which has, now I think the Youth League has two sections. There is YYM and the Youth League of the NRM. So I want to find out what they are doing in their spaces in regard to those two questions, the political party question and the youth question, that are very key.
Thank you. Can I have another? There was a hand table. Pick the lady there. Or yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Nantongo Bashira. My question goes to to all of the panelists. Listening to their submissions, I'm asking them a question. Do we need leaders who are going to sit down and cry with us? Or we need leaders who are having different opinions because we want to come here and listen to another version of the story? And again, do we also need leaders? Because yes, it's okay to always quote what people have said, but we need your own opinion as a leader. So I'm asking all of them, do we need a cry mate? We come cry here and then go, or we need people who are going to bring different agendas on board? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I can contribute to your dilemma. When the panelists refer to citizens, I don't know if the citizens are seated on this side. I don't know who's seated on this side. I keep asking that question, and they say, you know, the citizens, the voters, the people. I don't know in what spaces, Honorable Namanja, we discuss as citizens together, in this together, facing the challenges together, asking the same questions, and finding solutions together. Let me see, I have, yes, a gentleman there, in the corner there. Yes, green jacket.
Andy Senagaba. Thank you, Namanja, for the presentation. However, according to the way I've observed, you took more minutes than the others. Thank you so much for showing us that way. So my question is, I think having such a discussions is good. However, we are likely not to bear fruits until government decides to finance such things, these discussions. If they are already financed by the donors, I don't think we shall move anywhere. We need to domestically finance and uphold these discussions. That's the only way we can maybe have a change in this.
Okay, thank you. I'm making an assumption that the political parties are having these conversations within the political parties and their supporters. Can I have these two ladies here and the gentleman? I hope I'm not missing. I've seen you, sir. We'll try to pick as many as we can.
Thank you very much, Christine Mugera Kasule, the Deputy Secretary General, DP. And given that we were not a member of the panel, I wish you could allow me just like 2 minutes only, and I make a few points.
Fair enough. I'll be timing 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. One, I'd like to talk about the issue of inclusiveness. And when we are talking about systems of governance, I think it is very critical that we also discuss the electoral system that gets us into either a parliamentary or a presidential system. And for us as DP, we don't like the first past the post. We would very much prefer proportional representation. Secondly, we have a lot of disguised gerrymandering using the Local Government Act. Of course, as a woman, I will not complain, but I think really every time they create a district, we get a new MP. Every time they create a city, we get a new MP. So this is disguised gerrymandering because they don't use the electoral laws, but rather they use the local government laws. And I think that is
They
not
who
fair.
are you referring to? They who?
You know who?
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
The NRM ruling party.
Okay.
So, because of course you know that usually the woman MP vote is very difficult for us to guard as political parties. So
the chance that a woman member of parliament from opposition will make it is hardly, you know. So I imagine that the NRM gerrymanders deliberately like that. I also propose that the president shouldn't appoint the entire electoral commission. I think the stakeholders should be given an opportunity to recommend. If political parties can also recommend some representatives that can be vetted by the same parliament, I think we would be very happy with the representation of the commission, and then we would achieve the independent electoral commission. I also want to talk about, you know, the way that we debate as politicians. And it's the reason why we are failing to actually debate things, because we debate based on what is popular as opposed to what is right. And we are not going to take our country anywhere if we continue to only debate and support things on the basis of their popularity as opposed to what would do good for us. And then...
Thank you. I added an extra minute. We'd agreed to.
Yeah,
I've made them
quickly,
3.
I'm just making my last one.
Okay.
Ideology cannot work. You know, we do party manifestos based on ideology, but none of the MPs promotes the party manifestos because the NRM demonized political parties, and because of that, the individual merit, we have this hangover that is failing us, you know, to look at this. And then also the inter-party competition is unprincipled and way out of hand. And I think we need to take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Without an ideology, aren't we driving blind, eh?
We do have ideologies.
Yes.
We are not given an opportunity. We have ideologies as political parties. We develop manifestos based on those ideologies, but the population is not empowered to listen and actually weigh the manifestos. They look at the MPs in their individual capacity as opposed to what they are representing.
So we have a hangover of individual merit.
Yes, and that's why you see when they get to parliament, they tend to look as if they are representing themselves.
Does that say something about the political parties themselves? I don't know. Let's have the lady. Let's have the lady next to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Rosette Kyakyo, and I am the team leader for Serado Uganda. We work with the youth in the slums. My question is, when I came here, I wanted to hear most of the reforms, and what I wanted was practical. Now my interest right now is the internet shutdowns that we normally get when it comes to elections. How are we preventing the next elections not have internet shutdowns? Because Uganda is cut off from the world, and we are here like everything happens. There's a lot of rigging that no one can talk about. And then another thing is on Facebook. The two parties had issues and some accounts were deleted, but it is the citizens that are suffering because now we can't promote our business. We have to have VPN. But because of Russia issues, Facebook now no longer allows VPN, meaning that you can't promote your products on Facebook because the NRM government has decided to shut it down. Honorable Rose Namayanja, how are you helping us as the youth, as the women in business, to promote our products on Facebook when it is closed? When will it be opened? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to be in trouble because new hands are emerging, and I thought I was moving forward. Let's have the gentleman there, the gentleman here, and the gentleman here. And then I'll come to this row, and we'll end here.
All right, the dignitaries.
I hope the panelists are taking
I salute
the
you
comments.
all. My submission specifically goes to Honorable Namayanja Rose. I'm very worried whether you're really following the motion by which we're here, because we are with the motion, by the motion, the road to 2026. But with the observation I've made from your communication, it's like you're only being defensive to what other panelists have been talking about. Are we paving the way forward to 2026, or you're just being defensive to the party?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me have the microphone come to the gentleman here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Laban Kato. I'm a member of the National Youth Council and also the Alliance for National Transformation. My issue here basically is for the interest of the young people in Uganda. Statistics show that every year, every day, young people, around 3,800 young people turn 18 years. And every year, 1.4 turn 18 years of age. It is on record that during the 2021 general elections, more than 1 million young people were not able to vote because we were excluded from the voters' register. And we all know that by next year, the update of the voters' register for the 2026 general election will be closed, because I think it closes a year before the general election. Yet these young people are supposed to participate in electing in the election, both at the National Youth Council and the general election. And we know that the results of the general election directly depend on the participation of the young people. So has the Deputy General Secretary of the NRM party and the General Secretary of the National Youth Platform, how are you making sure that the young people in the next election have the right to make a decision regarding the governance of their country?
Can I throw a bit of a question back to you? What are you doing at the National Youth Council? What is the National Youth Council doing about this question?
The National Youth Council with the National Youth Multi-Party Democracy, we have proposed the amendments that should allow the young people to participate. But of course, we have not listened. And I feel like this is a platform that I have to talk to these to our leaders, to make sure that the young people can take. Okay. You'll ask and...
Thank you. Let me have Mr. Kaija and the gentleman there, and then I'll come to this table here.
Thank you, my brother. I want to thank my leader, Senior Counsel Gallo, and the panelists for speaking for Uganda. But from the presentation of Senior Counsel, I see a Uganda at the roundabout, where nobody is sure which way to take. We are not even very certain or agreeing on even the system of governance we must have. Federal, unitary. I'm a federalist myself. But recently, the Minister of Justice made a presentation that eventually went viral, speaking about the transition and asking his boss that even if you did not construct any roads, commission hospitals, sijui electricity, and gave the people of Uganda a transition we need, would be good to go. Somebody was asking, he's not seeing the way forward. Yes, you can't move before you're sure of where you are. Uganda needs a reset. All we are talking about, when you read the constitution we have today, you would see a constitutional dictatorship. Even if Charles, we made you president today and you use the constitution we have, you choose the EC, you determine the Speaker of Parliament, you determine the Chief Justice. Now today we are waiting for him to tell us who should be the IGP. For now we are going to 3 years waiting for the Governor Bank of Uganda. You choose the Chief of Defense Forces. So everything that determines on where we must go goes in the office of the president. You have a system where you have a president and a prime minister. But those who have followed systems, a prime minister makes cabinet. Did Nabanja appoint any minister here?
I thought we ran a presidential system.
No, but then you have a prime minister. What does a prime minister do?
Non-executive.
So all of those that you see, for me, I would run with the presentation or the argument of Chairman Mao. Uganda needs a reset. The more, if we cannot sit here, you heard Professor Mwanga what she talked about Parliament, about the MPs.
It's not that they don't know what they want to do, but they find themselves in a situation that you yourself must survive. So they say, if I want to keep safe, let me mind my business. The other day, yesterday, an MP was telling me, if you want to survive, mind your business. Ignore the politics. So if we really want to survive, we must sit as a country and discuss Uganda. We can even postpone the 2026 elections. Because the 2026 election, as you was requesting, the will of the majority will never prevail. The civic education professor you're asking about. Civic education, if there's civic education, Mr. Museveni would be out. So when you have dictators who have gone to school, that's the problem we have. You don't have civic education in primary, it was removed. We had political education in senior secondary school, it was removed. You had political science at university, it was removed. So that we have people who are called scientists. For them, their thing is 2 + 2 = 4. This thing of rationalizing issues, Napoleon said he doesn't want them. I want to say thank you so much for this opportunity.
Let me be fair to the gentleman behind you. He had put up his hand, and then I'll come to this table, and then I'll move.
Thank you so much. My name is Felix Mukume from Uganda Dialogue Arena. Mine is just a simple question, because I've heard all the panelists saying this is not the right time for making reforms, because they see the time is up in the meantime. However, I'm asking, when do they think is the right time? When do they think is the right time to make these reforms? The fact that they are needed, and in general collaboration or active participation, I believe all parties should be concerned. 2, at the moment, we have an update of the NRM register that is going to, I think, commence very soon. Honorable Namanja, you well know that. Then I bring back the question to these other political parties, these political players. What's their plan towards that? Because at the end of the day, they will still say NRM took advantage of this. But I would like to know their stand as well.
Thank you very much. I have a question here to Honorable Namayanja. We have heard from the Minister for Justice that the Law Reform Commission and the government is considering constitutional reforms. Can you give us an indication of what constitutional reforms you're considering and the extent to which these will be have been informed by citizens' concerns? The person signs as a concerned citizen. We have another question from online. Akandanaho Gracious says, Communications Officer, my question goes to Honorable Namanja. In light of recent technological advancement, what role do you see for digital innovation in improving our electoral systems? I think you could tie that with the lady who asked about when you intend to let Facebook run and people stop breaking the law by using VPNs. Can I have people on this table here? There are 2 hands here. The front table here. My intention is that we pick all the comments from the audience, you answer, and then we'll determine if we have some more time to respond to more.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Arho Brian. I'm the current Guild President of Cavendish University, Uganda. My question goes specifically to the Right Honorable Namayanja. You clearly cite Article 178, nearly 13% of your submission. But then to what extent has your ruling party, the NRM, respected decisions of the bodies stipulated under Article 178? Because you talk about this, but then again, it's just something rhetoric. It's more of a mind play. The second question goes to still you as the Deputy General Secretary or Deputy Secretary General of the NRM. We, as the NRM, you do have a structure, you do have structures that we do think your own party does observe and does respect. Recently, we saw the YYM coming under NRM Youth League. Does that mean that you guys are doing internal mobilization within your own party? Does that mean that you have your own confusions that you're not getting to? Reason is, in line to youth participation, does your party, the NRM, have sustainability plans for your youth outside these mobilization plans and signing of transport refunds? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our theme is the road to 2026, revisiting the quest for constitutional and electoral reforms. I hope we speak to that. We continue trying to speak to that. Yes, sir.
My name is Joseph Ocheno, and as you can imagine, representing UPC, it almost certainly feels as if it's UPC on trial on this. But I'll be very brief, Charles. Thanks for having me. In terms of all the tones of conversations, with a few exceptions, it's almost this question like where we are coming from. I think it's almost certainly a mini blackmail on the people of Uganda. And that compels me to reluctantly suggest that perhaps the 1995 NRA Constitution, in 100 years, will be perhaps considered one of the biggest, possibly frauds, and I'm using that just lightly. The reason being that from 1986, NRA sold the idea that political parties were dead and bad. Multipartyism, as my good elder brother Dan suggests, indeed Professor Sempebwa. And that seems to have gone into the hearts of many people, including people who impressively went to the CA. And so, as suggested, it would appear, people were in the CA to try and cement something that was clearly non-existent. So what is it that was so terrible that was being cured by the 1995 NRA Constitution? I think that is why we do not know where we're coming and we do not know where we're going. And Charles, since I introduced myself as being on the defense of really everything else said, I would want to suggest formally that as leader of Uganda People's Congress, I'll make my formal representation in writing as a recommendation, because it will not be sufficiently here. But just quick observations. I would suggest that whatever we do, this country urgently and badly needs a national conversation that hopefully will lead to a genuine national dialogue, and that which national dialogue will hopefully lead us to a genuine peaceful transition. But that said, there has ever been a peaceful transition in this country anyway. 1980, after the general elections, there was a three-person presidency that handed over to Milton Obote after the 1980 general elections. That is something that possibly sometimes academicians are rather reluctant for whatever reason, but maybe some of them are just being rather lazy, because that is something that we need to look at in the interest of the youth of this country. I suggest that one of the things that needs to be looked at clearly anyway is the Uganda question. And the Uganda question have been nuances pushed by both Dan and indeed Professor Sempebwa, but perhaps the details for which I cannot really go. But one specific observation I want to make, this business of federal versus the other. No detailed study has been made to suggest that the unitary system failed. It is simply because NRA successfully sold to the people of Uganda that the previous administrations were wrong. Because in any case, just because of the cost of this NRA big government thing, and I'm a socialist and I believe in big government, in a slightly ideological sense, you know, the most and the best government that has ever served this country, the best services the citizens of this country ever received, were between 1962 and 1971, and indeed between 1981 and 1985. And all economists combined here can come for lunch with me, and I will convince them, and they will see, and they'll wake up convincing Ugandans that yes, that is actually the truth. So really, maybe these are conversations that must take place. But it's interesting that Professor seems, I mean, I think it was actually done, that the 1995 Constitution was predetermined. Yes, it was predetermined because it was pushing a system, a movement, political system, something that is not known anywhere in the world. But since I know that you're going to tell me about time, I'll just conclude with two quick observations. One is that one of the constitutional amendments suggested should really be that the knocking of this thing called movement political system, because I know a number of Museveni's friends as presidents across Africa have said this publicly, say they never understood what it is. So Ugandans, what is movement political system? It's a fraud, and we need to very urgently delete it and focus on pluralist politics. In any case, the failure was not failure of a system. It was basically an intervention in government by political organizations that had failed, backed by external services. And finally, I just want to hopefully ask that as we continue this review, we look at the 1980 general elections, because I demand from NRA and those other people who claimed and alleged the 1980 general elections was rigged, simply because of electoral system or electoral commission, which was neither here nor there. What was the difference of the electoral commission of 1980 and what is the difference of the composition of today? That was it. But I think it's injustice to the citizens of this Uganda that we do not put Mr. Museveni on the spot. After 1980 and after 1986, it cannot take you 40 years to fail to produce a scintilla of evidence of where the 1980 general elections was rigged. You cannot produce a scintilla of evidence of the irregularities or processes that we need to pick as part of a constitutional review to make sure we do the best for our future going forward. Those are just quick observations, and simply because of time, I want to say this. Political parties are not around because, yes, they were killed. They were killed for 20 years. The urgency today is for political leaders, my colleagues in political parties, that we look internally for internal political reforms. We go through the democratic processes. In UPC, I'm still waiting. I was hoping to receive my good brother, Norbert Mao, as head of the judiciary, because I have a matter pending in court. That is what is delaying the revolution in Uganda People's Congress, where I put a matter of a judicial review. We should take 6 months. Charles, you are a lawyer. It will be 3 years next week. That is the NRS system. So maybe whatever we get out with from here, who is on the spot today is NRS, thankfully no longer UPC.
Thankfully no longer UPC, and you seem to suggest that things were okay between 1962 and 1971, and then went wrong from between 1971 to 1979 and picked up from 1981, 81 to 86, and then they went wrong again. Okay. I'm looking at, yes, I said I'm coming. I'm done with this side. We're coming this way. So I need the microphone to move to the center here. Okay, there is a microphone in the middle there. Let me pick those 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Can I request that we keep our contributions brief,
Yeah.
so that we can allow as many of us to participate as possible?
Yeah,
As
yes,
many of us.
moderator, I want to thank our presenter or the keynote speaker and the panelist. I am Businge Joab, Member of Parliament from Masini Municipality. Unfortunately, I joined an institution which is a punching bag in Uganda's politics, and that is Parliament of Uganda, but because it is a softer target. Now,
Joseph spoke in defense of UPC. I hear you're speaking in defense of Parliament.
no, I'm not speaking in defense of Parliament, but the problem of Uganda is bigger than Parliament, by the way. And like you said, we need first of all to sit in a room like this one as citizens, not in our partisan corners, because there we miss the point. What I have understood in this country, first of all, we are talking about democracy, good governance, and today, for the last 38 years, public affairs have been in the hands of Yoweri Museveni Kaguta as president. And I've been wondering, we are talking about democracy. We are talking about reforms, electoral reforms. And I ask myself, is President Museveni a product, a child of democracy? Why do we really hope that President Museveni will help us to deliver democracy? These are questions. And I'm coming to agree with the Secretary General of NUP. Because now we are seeing there's a lot of impunity in this country. But many Ugandans are just in the survival mood, including those in the NRM, by the way, Honorable Namayanja. They are just there to survive. If you talked to her heart one-to-one, she's not seeing a good future for this country. So many Ugandans, the business class, the professional class, one time I disagreed with one of the professors in Makerere. I told him, you have let us down as academia. You have accepted to be captured as academia. You are not coming in to give the right way forward for the country. That's why you are seeing professors in this country are being turned left and right by politicians, by the president. Today you are a presidential advisor on environment. A whole professor. you are this and this on this and this. So I think
I was waiting to hear what the professor
yes,
told
what
you in
we
response.
need to do is, in this country,
Honorable.
all Ugandans, we need to stand up and hold the leopard by the neck. We must hold this leopard by the neck because we are talking about the interests of Ugandans. Ugandans have different interests, different agenda. The leopard has a different agenda. And it's the one with the tools of implementation, the tools of execution. How are we going to achieve the Uganda that we desire? If we keep on hibernating, pretending we are improving, we are not where we were. Where were we? Where were we? That now we must all the time be where we were. You see? So as Ugandans, the intellectual group, especially also this country, now you are talking about, I want also to agree with the member who has said, if our own government cannot spend money on civic education, then we expect donors to spend money on us. And you know, you said, now we are driving on the we are driving on the road what? On the left part of the road.
On what is left?
On the remaining constitution. You see?
I thought appropriation of funds is done by Parliament. You could correct me.
You see? In theory, what I'm telling you, it is done by Parliament. But many things that we have asked the executive to do. For example, they are talking about here thinking space for the local government. We have said, leave revenues collected by local governments in the local governments. As an executive refused. So when we speak what the people want, the leopard does what it wants. Now what do you expect? So can a local government function without its own revenues, without its own money?
How are you leading the effort to grab the leopard by the neck? That's what you said.
Yes. For me, I am leading. By the way, I'm from a rural constitution. I had a number of things, from a rural constituency. I had a number of engagements. Even my health is not okay as of now. But I decided to drive from my constituency purposely for this.
Thank you.
And secondly, I'm one of those the change agents in the villages. Because these people, supporters of the leopard, they are saying in the village our people are there. I am one of those who have refused the leopard.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's how I can go on changing. So the elite group, many people, these people have gone to school, university degree holders, professors and so on. They are not voting. They are not coming to educate our population. They are leaving the vulnerable youth, like one of Honorable Bongoya was talking about, to raise national matters. Now where is the country? The country is captured because those who should help the country are hiding their heads in the sand.
Honorable, those people sent you to Parliament and they expect you to be leading them. So at least I did. Can I have shorter responses, sir? Yes, sir. Could you keep it short, please?
The time you have seen me, I don't talk for a very long time. I just talk a very short time. My name is Richard Lumo. I'm a member of Parliament from Metiana South. I want to thank Professor and the panelists for the contributions they have done. But I want to make only one contribution to this. One is the Constitutional Review Commission. In my thinking, what is remaining of the Constitution is actually not there now. Everything is almost gone. So I propose that if Ugandans can sit together now, we have a national discussion, and from the national discussion, we get a new agreed constitution, which we can all follow and also give the trust that we need to give. Secondly, the transition. I have had my brother from UPC. I think if UPC was listening today, if UPC was a human being, today he would have gotten a very, very big applause from UPC. He has actually defended UPC. But that is the UPC version. For the DP and other people, they can also give their version of how bad the situation was by the time UPC was here. So the transition is important. Honorable Lurume had wanted to move a private member's bill to bring in presidential transition. but it was not given space. But we are planning, if the Constitutional Review Commission does not do what it's supposed to do, or if in case it is sabotaged or stifled, we are planning to bring back the presidential transition bill. The others will come if we have done our part.
Thank you.
The leopard which he wants to
grab by the neck.
We shall grab it that way, because you can kill a leopard or a rat using so many ways. You can skin it, you can beat it, you can do anything. So for us, we are thinking, if there is a transition bill, I think the leopard will not be able to pass past the trap.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Umo, if you could just keep the microphone for 1 minute. You suggest, like many people have done, a national discussion. Yes. What are the 2 key things you'd want this national discussion to deal with?
First of all, not only 2, many, but I will sing out the 2 the way you want. 1, Ugandans have not really appreciated that they are Ugandans. A Ugandan, if you meet him somewhere, he will tell you he's Anacholi, he will tell you he's Muganda, he will tell you he's Ankole. But if you meet a Tanzanian will tell you, I'm Tanzanian first. We should discuss that first. How do we want Uganda to be led? How do we appreciate this country as our country? Not the other small ones, though they are important in their own way. 2, the boiling, the annoyance, the disgust, and all other problems. I think we need to talk about them.
Thank you.
The thefts, the corruption, the killings, because every day people are being killed. This is not in this government alone. It has been there for a very long time. We need to account for those people. How? We need to account for people like Kaira, it has not come out. We need to account for people, all those people are dead. We need to account for them. How? By discussing the situation as Ugandans.
Thank you.
Then find a solution. How do we account for these people? How do we compensate those people who lost their properties, their cows during the wars? I see people are being compensated. Some people are being compensated for having participated in the war.
Thank you
but
very much.
There are those ones who are not.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on. The lady behind there and the gentleman. Kindly keep it brief.
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the invitation, and thank you to the panelists. My name is Mari Mohammed, and I'm the Guild President of Isbat University. I'm grateful for the conversation. However, I noticed something, that the youth is almost not included in the conversation. And this makes me wonder why, because the youth represents 78% of the population of Uganda, and this was a report by UNICEF. So I'm just wondering why they're not included in this conversation. It's like you're waiting for us to sort of become 70s or 80s in order to be involved in such matters. And so my question is, I understand that as a Guild President, that the challenges that the youth face engaging in political process, and in your opinion, what specific reforms could be implemented to increase the youth participation in Uganda's political landscape, both in terms of voting and running for the office? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a neighbor there? Can I have that comment? Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Isagara, and I'm also going to hint on the same thing about the youth. There is a deliberate move by the ruling parties to alienate the youth from politics. You have heard about the elimination of courses, and right now they're eliminating multi-party system in universities. It is silent but deliberate. I don't know, other parties, what are you doing about it? Academia, are you supporting this?
Okay, thank you. Bring it forward here. This table here, there are 2 hands. The gentleman here and the gentleman there. Yes, sir?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, plus our panelists. My name is Honorable Paul Nsubuga, the MP representing Busiro North constituency in Wakiso district. As a young man who has interested myself in the Constitution, I also see that revisiting the constitutional reforms actually would have come as early as yesterday. Honorable Kaija has been stressing on all the GC positions being appointed by the president, which is very, very toxic. But mine is a simple one to Honorable Rosemary Namayanja. I'm glad that you come from the SEC. You represent the NRM, although I'm opposition, but you've talked about that NRM is open to dialogue, and you've also said, good enough you stress that power belongs to the people. I'm glad that you also know that. But when I draw you a little bit back in 2017, as they were amending the Constitution, that is Article 102B, most of the NRM members consulted from their homes, or they just convened in their homes and they were like, people have agreed, we amend this Constitution. My question is, how prepared are you, plus your members, that when these reforms do come, because we shall go back to the citizens and consult, how prepared are you this time around that you're going to actually erase that shame that happened back in 2005 and 2017? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me have your neighbor there.
My name is
Then I have
Ejautene
the
Fred.
microphone come to this side.
My name is Ejautene Fred, and I'm the team leader for Citizen Initiative for Democracy and Development Uganda. My question literally will go to the whole panel. I wanted Honorable Namayanja, but she's having a lot of questions. I don't know. Any other person will be able to support.
I thought we were discussing the theme.
I am raising a question
Go
I
ahead.
should be
Go ahead.
responding to. That our constitution had a strong kind of ends that would support us to measure and assess our democratic kind of journey. The first, when they amended the constitution, they removed the aspect of term limits. The second amendment came, the presidential age limit went. Now, issues of appointment of the chairperson of Electoral Commission, where the president is appointing. Now, my question would be, which other article in the Constitution, as a citizen, should we base on to check on the powers of the leaders? Honorable Namayanja.
Thank you.
After removing all that, which other article should we base on?
Thank you. I thought you're going to turn to the MPs. The whole, or almost the whole of the table behind you is full of MPs. I thought you're going to throw the question to them, and you have a colleague, another MP there. Let's have the microphone come to this side. Starting from here, let me pick these. Kindly keep them brief. If we are democratic on this side, we'll have as many people contributing. If we hog a lot of time, we deny others the chance.
Okay, mine is just a footnote to Lewis Rubongoya's argument.
Yes, your name, sir.
Christopher Okidi is my name. And I think it makes a very interesting point that I think needs amplification. We shouldn't underestimate the hybrid nature and the military nature that our constitution plays in. The moment we miss that, we are also going to miss it on the methodology of constitutional making. Now, the methodology here is the most important. Uganda's, constitutionalism or constitutional making in Uganda has been an elite affair. And that is why you find citizens as a missing link in the constitutional struggle, or what has now become an intractable constitutional struggle. So I think methodology is very important, because if we are to use the 1995 Constitution as a case study, you'll find that the Constitutional Commission of 1995 had military officers embedded in it. Who were there? Serwanga Luanga and Kali Kaiura. And when the Cuthbert Obwangos, Miriam Matembe, and Dan Mudola, members of the Constitutional Commission, concluded and then presented a constitutional report to Uganda. You know where the constitution was discussed? It was taken again into the military high command, and then it was debated and decided that, is this the constitution we should give these Ugandans? So first of all, listen to the language. Is this the constitution we should give these Ugandans? So if you're being given a constitution, you'll certainly not own it. And like Lewis said, a constitution is just a document anywhere. What matters most is the principle of constitutionalism. It is just like water. A constitution is like a boat. Without water, it doesn't move. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
Thank you very much. My name is Henry Muguzi. I am a pro-democracy activist. I want to start by reminding my brother, Honorable Lumu, that for me, from where I sit or stand, I think as you speak about transition, we should be reminded that in the configuration of President Museveni, I think his configuration is that he must die in power. So as you speak about transition, you remember that. But speak quickly, let me speak about the context in which we are having this discussion. And
the context in which you created that configuration.
No, the context in which we are having this discussion, and he's alluded to it. We are operating in a hybrid regime, a hybrid context where on the outside it looks like a democratic, but in operation it is autocratic. Now, Honorable Gallo spoke about recommended parliamentarism as a system, and Professor Sempewa spoke about recommended us to continue with presidentialism. The reasons Honorable Gallo gave for parliamentarism was in the context of it's able to keep authoritarianism in check, because presidentialism seems to be breeding authoritarianism. But also we have known, and I remember when we were undergraduate students at university, political science, we used to draw a picture of a dictator. And the picture was so easy. Back in the day, you would have one bad guy on the top, ordering, controlling police, prisons, the military, and ordering them around to do bad things. Today, it is no longer one bad guy, it's a clique. So this clique can happen under parliamentarianism as it operates under presidentialism. Now, the question for me is, in your view, what do we do to control and check those authoritarian tendencies that seem to be eroding and undermining all the efforts for democratization, especially in a situation where you speak about parliament, you are supposed to be an organ of people's sovereignty. I heard you are choosing the academia. You are supposed to be taking lead and putting your best foot forward, because you are the organ of people's sovereignty, not the academia. Now, how do we make sure that in a context where politics is so monetized, that you have merchants in that space, you have people with money sponsoring candidates to get in that space? How are we going to ensure that this organ called parliament is able to keep in check the executive? I think that's the big question I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Honorable Komakech, Leandro, and then the next table.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. My name, as you said, is Leandro Komakech. I'm a recovering scholar in Makerere University.
Meaning? Recovering scholar?
Yeah, yes.
I
used to be there.
The scholar was in hospital for some time? we encourage you on your recovery journey.
Yes. Mr. Moderator, I was so excited with the keynote address. Normally, keynote in any music is what sets the entire music to be good. And I think Honorable Wandera Gallo did his best to set the best tone for our discussion. I would like to ask him, as a member of the CA, what went wrong by not having entrenched the term limits and the age limit? What went wrong? Because we thought fundamentally those were the issues of governance that made the commission to move all around the country. But then when it reached into the cure, because the diagnosis was done, the cure ended up not resolving the issue. It has become cancerous. What went wrong? And then two, there are three things we are dealing with in this country as related to constitutions making. Sharing power, sharing resources, and then sharing this country. Sharing this country has been one of the most painful to many citizens. Based on questions I hear, the Uganda question, the Ankole question, the Northern question, the Eastern question, the Karamoja question. All these questions are raised into the context of how we should share this country called Uganda. It has been a very difficult sharing. And therefore, as we share this country, you have seen many other places where if you fail, you cannot share the country, you do what? But for us, we have insisted to be in it. So the panelists who are seated there, and I'm very happy my professor is there, she taught me political science. Of course, my leader of opposition. Of course, my former vice president of Uganda Young Democrats. We served together after the 1995 constitution because we had disagreed on the issue of multipartyism. That's why we formed Uganda Young Democrats. How do we design a formula that is best fitted to share power in this country? What is it? Because many countries in Europe got their formulas right. And this should actually go to our professor. Professor, you have been the chair of this commission. How should we design it? What formula? For those who do mathematics, how do we derive a formula that can make us share power in this country without any problem? How about sharing resources? Because resources now are becoming a bigger problem because the level of greed that has been generated in this country is becoming too much. Actually, if you compare the hyena in a park and a Ugandan elite in Kampala, I think if you put all of them in front to eat meat, I think the Ugandan elite will eat more meat than the hyena from the park. The greed has become so much. So how do we do this? These are my boggling questions every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me have the ladies on that table.
Okay, so I'm called Charity. I'm from the Electoral Laws and Governance Institute. I have two issues to raise with, and thank you very much, Louis Lubongoya. Thank you very much, the Honorable Winnie Kiza, and Council Ogalo. You did a very great job, plus Professor Sempebwa. I was not disappointed. But my question to Rubongoya, Council, and Honorable Winnie Kiza. Each of you, I task, what two electoral reforms should we go with ahead of 2026? Two from you, Council Rubongoya, two from you, Honorable Kiza. Now, to Professor Sempebwa, in the position paper that was presented, the 1962 Constitution, 1966, and 1967 Constitution were said to have been manipulated to only guarantee regime survival more than state building. And you pose it and say, but the 1995 Constitution has the Comprehensive Bill of Rights, which therefore did not make it a tool of oppression. But I pose it and say, it has also been manipulated to become a tool of oppression. In view of Karl Marx, how do we cure the disease called the 1995 Constitution?
Your neighbor there? Then, yes, if they keep that short, we'll be able to get done in the next 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, moderator. I think I have a short question.
Sure.
From the keynote, I picked one thing, that probably we got our fundamental wrong right from the onset. And what we see now is a pseudo-multi-party, pseudo-unitary. And my question to all the panelists, between now and 2026, are we in position to press a reset button so that we agree on the direction of travel to the extent that we won't see a repeat of 2021?
Thank you. The gentleman and the lady there, yes?
Okay, thank you, Charles. This is the first time I'm in a dialogue where the ruling party seems to be agreeing with the opposition on the question of impunity. Lewis was clear that our challenge is not laws, it's not even the constitution, it is rather the implementation, the impunity that is used during the implementation of these laws. Honorable Namayanja is also clear that after every election, comprehensive reforms are proposed, and indeed, they are in a way considered to improve the electoral laws. So in essence, saying that our laws are not bad, but the challenge is impunity. I recall when we were having the national consultation on free and fair elections, which translated into the Citizens' Compact for free and fair elections, the challenge we are grappling with is that how do you legislate against impunity? And I think this is the fundamental question that we need to be dealing with, and maybe NGO Forum and Kituo Cha Katiba, the next conference we should have here is how do you deal with impunity? We shouldn't gloss over the question of constitutional reform, electoral reform, but how do you deal with impunity? Because even if you get the Citizens' Compact now and enact it and hand it over to the same people in charge now, you are going to end up in the same place. How do we deal with impunity? Second, Honorable Gallo, I thought there are some new areas that you needed to have looked at. There's the question of course, technology, but now we have artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is shaping the way business is being done, conducted globally, but it is also shaping the way elections are being managed. Can we try to reflect on the role that artificial intelligence can potentially have in our democratization process, in our elections? Finally, Honorable Namanja, considering that you've been flip-flopping between speaking for the party, but also speaking for government, I want to ask you a question, and I don't know whether you know where you sit at the moment. What is happening to the constitutional reform process? The Minister for Justice at some point was speaking large about constitutional reforms, but now we see that there seems to be some coldness that has taken over this process. Please tell us, should we expect the constitutional reform process to still happen, or we should give up and go back and rear our goats? Thank you.
There's a lady here on that same table, yes.
Thank you so much. I'm Chairman Rebecca Juna, the initiator of the Young Women's Space, and my focus is on the internal democracy in political parties. As we head for 2026, how are we ensuring that within our political parties there is reconciliation and accountability measures that have been taken? We are going to an election where you find that some of the people that are within the parties are at war. We are going for an election where you find that even within the party, there are people that left and said for them they are independent and standing as independent, but find some of the party members are still supporting when they have an incumbent. How do we then rebuild trust within political parties and for both NRM and NUP, so that we can be able to go on ground and build trust between the citizens and the leaders?
Thank you.
Also, how then are we ensuring that these political parties are also encouraging civic awareness? Because we are having leaders that just come to get the vote, while the person that they're asking the vote from does not know the role of that leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have only 2 minutes to end the comments from the audience. So I have a hand there and a hand there, and I'll stop it at that. So use a minute each.
Thank you very much, Charles. Robert Okot is my name. Mine goes to Professor Sempewa and Honorable Ogalo. We are looking at constitutional and electoral reforms as we head towards 2026. But civil society should be a great stakeholder towards achieving whatever targets that we want to achieve in terms of electoral and constitutional reforms. But when you look at the environment that civil society today operates in, it is one that you would say is disabling. Yeah? It's a highly securitized sector as we speak. You will find that most civil society actors here today, most especially those in the DRG sector, may not be comfortable doing certain things because they know they may not be allowed to operate beyond next year. Yeah? So we need to see how do we ensure that civil society continues to operate or to serve Ugandans without being put under fear.
Okay, thank you very much. So I hear that to mean what kind of reforms, constitutional electoral law, can be made to provide the space for free operation of civil society? Yes.
Thank you very much.
Just a moment, let's have the gentleman behind you there. I'd seen the hand before. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Charles. My first view goes to, the observation goes to all panelists. You will all agree with me that they all say that the citizens need civic education. But according to the observation of whatever is going on or taking place, I think really civic education is not very vital for us. Reason being, if we have the head of state who is civic, the parliament that is civic, the police is civic, the army is civic, the professors that we all have, they are all civic, but they have still failed to implement all these policies that they are telling us or taking down to the people. How will these people that we are just going to teach them be in position to implement some of these things? I'm seeing it as just something to disturb my grandmother of 80 years to teach her about civic education. Because after all, even after teaching her, still when her views cannot even reach anywhere, because if we have people on ground.
What's your question or suggestion, sir?
No, I'm coming to that.
No, I'm afraid we don't have all day here.
Okay.
Yes, ask a question or make a suggestion.
My question goes to Honorable Namayanja. You say that civic education cannot go from a blink of an eye, okay? This is not the very first time that Uganda is going to carry out elections. All along this has been the song. Who is responsible for implementing the civic education?
Thank you.
After all, even people that are vocal about this civic education, they're either compromised or they are abducted at the end of the day. Then lastly to Professor Sempewa, you talked of the big fish in the small pond. Our own head of the state himself is a big fish in the small pond. Eh? The country is building individuals instead of building institutions. And these individuals tend to be bigger than the institutions that they are leading. So at the end of the day, the people down there, they don't have any voice to raise.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Kituo Cha Katiba and NGO Forum next time to put you on the panel. Let me be fair to this lady here. Keep it brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Chiudu Jemima Elizabeth, and I'm a student of public policy. My question is to Dr. Mwanga. There is the element of the state and there's the element of government, but I am more interested in the element of the state. How do we then, which recommendations would you make to see to it that the state, which is the army, the police, and the UPS, are non-partisan and impartial when it comes to constitutional reforms and electoral reforms, because they play a big role in the transition of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we got to stop it there. I'm afraid. We need to come back here. And Dr. Susie, I want to start with you. Let me just add a few questions that any of the panelists can pick on. What went wrong? How did we miss the key junctions? And what is the risk that we continue to miss those key junctions? Pick it up. Can I have my microphones come back, please? Can you bring them? Let's borrow one in the meantime.
Thank you very much. The questions are very provocative, and there are many of them, but I'm glad you managed to summarize them in that way. Where did we miss the junction? Is that what you asked?
I asked what went wrong.
What went wrong?
How did we miss the key junctions, and what is the risk? we
Yeah,
continue to
okay.
miss them?
Most of the questions actually focused on what went wrong. And most of them seem to point to the system of governance itself. I enjoyed the defense of UPC, not because I am UPC myself, even though I've been told that my DNA is UPC. But the reality is that most of the time, most people talk about the genesis of the problem starting in 1980. I don't believe that the genesis of the problem was 1980. Because if the genesis of the problem was 1980, we have had so many reset situations whereby we've had an opportunity not only to decide on a new constitution, but also an ability for us to move beyond 1980. That aside, I believe that the issue that Honorable talked about is one that is brought up constantly. We must remember where we came from, because if we don't remember where we came from, we will likely miss the road. I don't know how many of you are parents. If you keep reminding your child constantly of where they came from, I used to change your diaper and now you're grown, how come you can't do X, Y, Z? I don't think that we need to be reminded. We know because we lived it. We are Ugandans. We're here during the different wars, we're here during the different conflicts, but we need to move beyond that and chart a different future for ourselves. We can't keep going back to where we were, because we understood that by choosing the current dispensation, that we're actually moving our political system forward. That is where did we go wrong. The other question you asked about, what was the second part?
How did we miss the key junction? I think you spoke.
How did we miss the key junctions? We didn't miss the key junctions. We thought we were taking the right road. But I think that one has to also reflect on the fact that there are certain elements that we're missing. I honestly believe that if you dismiss the issue of civic education, I don't care where you're sitting, whether you're at Makerere, whether you're at UMI or other universities and colleges, that's not the issue. Civic education is a necessary part of your identity. You talked about why Ugandans do not talk about being Ugandans. And they talk about being a Muganda, a Munyankole, and so on, and why Tanzanians do not. And they talk about themselves as being Tanzanians. I've been back and forth to Tanzania several times, not only because that's where my mother organization is, the Julius Nyerere Foundation, but also because it is a place where you go and reflect to look at a certain leader and what they were able to chart and ensure that each Tanzanian, first of all, feels that they have a right to be. Secondly, that they are an integral part of the decision making. Thirdly, that ultimately you cannot be identified as a Muchaga or Mweru. You must be identified as a Tanzanian. So the sense of identity, and I think that is where we are lacking. And I really do believe that civic education, and let's take it out of the textbooks. Let's talk normally what people would, whether it's in the village or whether the village council, talking about your right and responsibilities. I have a right to have good water. I must hold my leader accountable. I know that there's a teacher who should be teaching in school, but they spend half the time in a bar, and I pass them every day. I have a right as a citizen to be able to hold them accountable. So those are the levels that we're talking about in terms of civic education. I'm going to stop soon. I remember asking somebody recently when I was in Tanzania, I said, there's something missing here. I can't see people being pulled off the road. We are there, we stop at the traffic lights, we go, we see government cars and they're going, and they said, no, Nyerere told us that we're all equal. And there's no way I would budge to get off the road for anybody else because they're not any more equal than myself. Final part of the question is?
Final part of the question is, what is the risk that we continue to miss these key junctions?
The risk is in our youth. I applaud for the young lady from Isbat University who pointed it out, but I did mention it in my presentation. If we do not talk about young people, yes, I respect you saying that they tried and they're in prison and so on and so forth. I'm not talking only about the electoral period that you must recognize the youth. They should not only appear when elections come. Each political party should have a reflection on themselves. Whether you're UPC, whether you're NUP, whether you're DP, are you doing right by the young people within your party? Are they actually sitting on the decision-making table? Or are you just collecting them as part of being numbers so that at the end of the day you can say, oh, our party is full of young people. But when, when in actual reality, they do not make decisions and their interests are not fully catered for. Somebody's jiggering this, but
might need to take a sip of the water.
Having said that, young people, yes, 78% of the population, 41% of electorate last time, most likely going to be, that number is going to increase by at least 6 million by 2026. I really think it's time that they were taken seriously, and not only taken seriously because of their numbers, but given the right skills and capacity, not only to be able to participate, but also be able to sit on that decision-making table. Part of the reason I say that, a young man came to me when I had just entered here, and he said, I've seen you for a very long time. And I said, yes, because I am old. And he said, yes, and I've also seen you at my career for a very long time. And I said, yes, because I've been teaching for 38 years. The reality is that it doesn't matter how long or how old you are. There has to be a relationship, an intergenerational relationship between us old people and the younger people. But we must accept that that relationship is not asymmetrical. I am not better than you at this table because I happen to be 60 odd years, but I am listening to you and I want to understand your needs and I understand your problems and be part of co-creating the kind of solutions that you need. So basically that's it. But I wanted to make, I think I've answered your question, yes, yeah. But I wanted to make one little caveat. When I talked about MPs, and I honestly do believe that many, I didn't say all, I said many are representing their own interests, is that it's not that some are not doing. My local MP was voted out in my local constituency, yet she was doing an amazing job. But there are MPs who really do not know why they happen to be in parliament. That in fact they're supposed to provide the checks and balances that you have been talking about. That if you had a citizenry that was educated in terms of their civil rights and obligations, if you had a parliament that was serious about representing the interests of their people, that, sorry, we wouldn't, clearly chivalry is dead, eh? So, yeah, I would have imagined that if you had those, then you wouldn't need to have the labored conversation about what went wrong, what can we do, because the checks and balances would be in place. The needs and ideas would already be in place. And I honestly, as I finish, I urge you all I unfortunately have to leave quickly. I have a patient, my mother. But I think it is important that when we have a conversation like this, let's not dismiss, some of the ideas. The youth element is really, really important. And it's not only important because they are used by every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and then once they're in government or whatever, they're abandoned, but because they are a dividend. If they are trained, if they're skilled, they will provide the socioeconomic development that we keep talking about without necessarily going any further. Finally, as I part, we were going to launch this book. This book is about the 2021 elections. And it is, funnily enough, called Reality Check. And it talks about militarization of politics. It talks about the Electoral Commission and what needs to happen. It talks about inequalities of gender. It talks about individualism and so on and so forth. It's a work that has taken almost 2 years. It's academics and non-academics looking at the issue of elections and what went wrong, what can be done, and what the future holds. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm really sorry for choking and having to leave. Bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwanga. Can we give her a bigger round of applause, please? As we move to the other panelists, and I hope we can be able to summarize and end this in about the next 10 minutes, let me request the people on the controls. There's some comments that came in from online, because we have an online audience and we have people been watching us on TV. So we'll project those and so that we can take them in. Number two is that apart from the book that Dr. Mwanga has just displayed, Reality Check, there are a few other publications available at the back. One of them is a CSO position paper on constitutional and electoral reforms to enhance Uganda's electoral democracy. There is another book, When Judges Light the Path, a review of court-directed constitutional reforms in Uganda. It's a production of Kituo Cha Katiba. And the last one is a compendium of constitutional reform proposals under the 1995 Constitution of Uganda. The author is Andrew Karamagi. I think you need to look at them, pick them up at the back as we move. Lewis, if you could summarize, and then we're able to...
Thank you very much. Of course, the questions were very many. I cannot respond to all of them. Maybe I'll try to respond to the question about what proposals would maybe two proposals that I would propose here. I'm really sorry to disappoint you, because the most important proposal that we should actually have had is a review on how we get an electoral commission, which unfortunately has already been reappointed. Because the electoral commission manages elections and manages many aspects in terms of appointing presiding officers, returning officers, and all that. There are many other proposals that we would have if it wasn't for the challenge I've talked about, the role of the military in parliament, the role of the military in elections. We've talked about the question of a bicameral versus unicameral parliament. These are questions we've been asking. The role of RDCs in managing elections. The question of the size of parliament. We have serious proposals on that. The question of disguised gerrymandering, I think somebody raised it, a very important point. We also think that, the election results, once they reach the constituency level, they should be announced at that point and not change at any one point. Because at least, you have people able to access. If they are saying that so-and-so got a certain number of votes in Padenguli village or Chanamkaka for that matter, the people at the constituency level will know that actually that's a right result or wrong result. So that is something very important. But I do not think with the system that we have, there is so much that can change. So much so that even when we tried to go to the Supreme Court last time, you remember how it ended with the justice of the Supreme Court, choosing the Chief Justice of confiscating a dissenting opinion and that kind of thing. So for me, as I conclude, my call on all of you and on all of us is to take up our civic responsibility. It shouldn't be the duty of the people who are this side. It should be for all of us to rise up and say, we need democracy, we need a democratic government, we need the laws that we have in place respected. I think that is the only way we can guarantee a secure and better future for ourselves and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Winnie.
Thank you so much. I think I'm glad that the citizens are very, very much awake to the realities that we are going through as a country. And this speaks to the fact that we needed more time. We needed more time to talk. We needed more time to share. We needed more time to offload because the issues are many. Now, just narrowing the many issues, I will say you were asking where did we miss the T-junction? For me, when I look at the history of the country and possibly the democracy, the democratic path of this nation, I will say the T-junction was missed in 1980 when a government was put into power, and then individuals said, no, we don't agree with the way this government has been put in place. Instead of using the legal mechanisms that were in place, decided to go to the bush. I would imagine that the series of atrocities that were committed then, maybe by the government in power, was as a result of responding to the rebels that were in the bush at that time. And if anybody would ask me, I would say, I think that was the T-junction. And when we kind of went back to the main road, and in 1986, when we said, I think possibly we are going back to the main road, we again got a diversion. What was the diversion? The diversion came in form of blackmail. And I've time and again told people that the blackmail was that we bury even the good that was in the past and continue marketing the narrative of the terrible past. We have continued marketing this narrative to the extent that the first 20 years of President Museveni's government was talking about the bad political parties that were in place. To the extent that for you to even raise a hand to say, I belong to DP, I belong to a UPC, everybody would wonder what kind of animal you are. Such that when we came back to opening up space of multi-party politics, Ugandans were still worried whether they should belong to political parties or not. And this speaks volumes about what the Deputy Secretary General of the Democratic Party said, that many Ugandans still think they will vote individuals according to their individual merit. It brings us back to even the campaign to the return to multi-party dispensation was. While it was President Museveni who decided to take on the mantle at that time, of course with pressure from activists who were talking about the return to multi-party politics and the donors, like my brother Joab said, the elephant knew what it was looking for, even in the return to multi-party politics. And the citizens, we didn't know. Yes, the campaign was, do you love Museveni? Let us vote for the tree. Do you love development? Let us vote for the tree. But after Ugandans said that and said, okay, we love development, we want to go to multi-party, he openly said, let us, tubeijeko, tubaleke bagende, tulyoke tuenyweze. The process was just narrowed to one man saying, let those who want political parties go, and we strengthen ourselves. So even when we are talking about political parties and their participation, the elephant in the room, whilst pretending over a nation that is in a multi-party dispensation, does not want to hear about political parties. That is why you will have the shutdown of social media, because all the other media channels have been blocked for the opposition. The remaining one being Facebook is shut down because they must not be heard. While we say yes, all opposition actors will be listening to radios and TVs, it shouldn't shock you that even during elections, they will say it is the president speaking and all networks will be switching on to the president's speech. No other alternative view will be heard. It brings me back to what my sister asked. What two serious amendments would you consider? Me, I would look at the amendment seriously talking about separation of power. Because the separation of power then answers even the question of impunity. When you have a president with minimal powers, not appointing the Electoral Commission, not appointing the ministers, not having the army into parliament and executive, then you will know that some of the rules put in place to control excesses will be respected, because we would have an independent parliament holding the executive accountable and an independent judiciary trying to balance the interests of parliament and the interests of the executive. We shall have a real independent electoral commission. We shall have the police doing their duty of law and order, ensuring that citizens and their property are protected. We shall have a UPDF whose role will be to ensure that the territorial boundaries of Uganda are protected. Separation of power would be one of the issues. And then the other final issue.
I request you to summarize, because
yes,
it's 1 o'clock.
The other last issue that I would talk about is the reinstatement of term limits and age limits. Because these were the main safety valves that would guarantee our democracy. Have them reinstated and entrenched.
Thank you.
When they were removed, that caused the whole constitution to be just scattered and have no basis to support democracy and good governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Namanja, I know you have a lot of questions to respond to, but I know you can also summarize your responses.
That's right. Thank you so much. And that speaks to the earlier comment I made, that even the composition, I mean, when you look at all the questions, the people answering questions, almost half of the people asked questions and they were all targeting that. And allow me, I will be able to respond to them. And I will start with the issue of the young people. Regardless of which political party you belong to, as a young person, you are in an age period where you are able to define even the interests of the Uganda you want, how the Uganda you want should be. I happen to be a product of the youth movement, and at all fronts of the students' movement. I was in the youth councils, from the village youth council up to a member of parliament for youth. I was in UID. I do not regret even a minute I spent in UID, but especially the elite youth. First and foremost, Uganda has the youngest parliament in the region. And it's not by accident. It's because when the youth councils were created, many elite youth thought these were for uneducated young people. But the majority of those that are there, not only in parliament, but even in local governments, the youth councils are able, while in youth councils you are able to, there's no better training that you can get. Because with the youth councils, you can belong to your political party, but still be a member of the youth council and continue learning and participating. Otherwise, somebody asked what the position of the NRM is for youth. One, we do not have YYM as an organ of the NRM Youth League. I mean, as a different faction. They are all within the Youth League. And we have our different formations within the Youth League and other leagues. So that is our internal dynamic, and we know how to handle. But in as far as sustainability of the young people is concerned, that's why we are emphasizing the issue of skilling. That's why we have skilling in the mainstream, but also the skilling hubs that are coming up. And that's why, under the parish development model, we decided that 30% of the resources that go at the parish level are meant for young people. So if, regardless of which party somebody belongs to,
And that we believe will support the young people who do not have collateral, who are not into the money economy, to be part of the process, to continue being empowered from the socioeconomic standpoint, but also participate positively in the national agenda. The other issue of, there's somebody who raised the issue of internal democracy, and I had alluded to it. Internal democracy within our parties. I want to reiterate that regardless of the political system or form of government that we will choose, and as we continue to say that, political parties were in abeyance and therefore they were unable to proceed, we have moved a journey. Even in the NRM, we are learning to run a political party. So by just castigating or accusing the NRM to fail political parties, and yet there are also internal dynamics that you are not doing well within the other political parties, we are missing another junction. Let's have internal democracy within our parties, and for my sister to say that, even when you include more districts, because NRM knows the women MPs will be there, there was an MP who almost hanged himself because they had refused them a district, and it was not NRM. Regardless of their political parties, all MPs come and ask for districts. And it's one of the things that has actually increased the number of members of parliament, and that's why there was a halt in the last general election, and I want to believe even this time round. On the issue of internet shutdown, I am one of the proponents of the digital revolution, and the issue not necessarily to say that the young people should not be, or women should not use the digital spaces. The issue is how we use the digital spaces. The NRM was a victim during the campaigns, where all the people that were handling the communication, the digital communication for NRM, their accounts were closed. And we had to go back on the drawing board. So we just need all of us to understand and to continue knowing how to handle the digital spaces, how to use the digital spaces, but otherwise it's something that we all need. It's not just an issue of NRM or opposition. Everyone needs those digital spaces. And the issue of changing the curriculum, so I think it was Mr. Kaija who said we are leaving Napoleon kind of curriculum to now emphasize sciences. The rationale why we are changing, because we must also accept that the education system that we are running was based on what the colonialists wanted. Today, a child is taught about the Tennessee Valley Authority or the St. Lawrence Seaway, as the book says. But actually, when he or she goes on Google, or when they go there, it's totally different. So it's incumbent upon us to design an education system that fits the circumstances of our country. As far as issues of the Law Reform Commission is concerned, that's a big debate I cannot go into now, and I would love that the minister concerned was here to explain, but I know it's a process. But one thing I can only say, there is no better commitment to dialogue and to reforms than getting a presidential, a president of a political party, an opposition political party, to be the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. That means at that level, we are ready to engage. And I want to believe that when all the processes are followed up to the Law Reform Commission, to Cabinet, eventually we shall have time to debate the reforms that will be brought in place. The other issue I can comment about is,
Honorable Namanja, I requested that you summarize the issues.
I'm really
We've
summarizing.
overshot 9 minutes now into
I'm
the
really
hour.
summarizing with just one thing. The issue of where did we go wrong? It goes back to somebody raised an issue here, and if there was a mistake at that time, that why didn't we close in the age limit and term limit? Why didn't we subject it to a referendum? And if we did not subject it to a referendum, that means the political parties or the ruling political party is also okay to use the existing mechanisms. And this brings me to the issue of citizens. Who speaks for the public? When we continue to say that the people do not want, who are these people? Because there is nothing that we did, whether it is age limit or term limit, within our localities. We consulted as a political party, and decisions were made, and we followed due process. And those that were not allowed, the constitutional court disallowed them. But otherwise, even to say, just in a blanket form, that age limit is, I mean, there are countries we look at, Britain does not have term limits. The US, President Biden is 81 years and is still going to campaign. So we also pick lessons from elsewhere. But most importantly, I can say that opening to dialogue and discussing these issues is what we emphasize, and we shall continue to carry on. Otherwise, that's all I can say. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Professor, if you could use a minute in response, and then I'll have Honorable Wandera Ogallo use another minute, and I'll invite Chris to wrap up. I understand there is lunch. And Professor, I'm requesting that you keep it really brief because we don't want you to lose some of the audiences that are already switching out. Thank you.
Well, it is unfair on me. Do you hear me?
I think we need to change your microphone. Could you use another? Thank you. I know it's a bit unfair, but we will some time along the way. Can someone check the microphones? Seem to be having a problem.
Well, thank you. Since I have no time, I'll just emphasize what has been proposed. And arising from this gathering, it's obvious that this country needs another conversation. You see, what happened in 1989, 1995 was so useful, not because of the law that resulted, but the sensitization nationally. People became very much aware of their rights, and to me, and aware of the system of governance and how government should act. To me, that was very, very useful, and somehow the implementation of what resulted, of course, has gone wrong. And I agree with the proposals that another conversation is necessary. Now, this conversation, don't expect it to be government-driven, because what we've heard from the Minister of Justice is that government has no money for a constitutional review commission. That has been aired. And some of us who listen in have gone to the Law Reform Commission, where the Minister of Justice said the reforms will be centered. And the same commission is informing us, not officially, is informing us that they have no modalities for consultation, no modalities and no resources for consultation, so far at least. So therefore, it is now a moment for Ugandans to decide, and it is within our powers to decide how we move ourselves into a national conversation. It's not unique. They did it in Kenya. The first constitutional discussions were privately arranged through civil society organizations, religious groups, and so on and so on. And because of the pressure, the public pressure for reform, that government of Moi cowed down and said, okay, let's have it. Let me constitute a formal constitutional review commission, which was combined with the People's Initiative and resulted into the Guy Commission, which was equivalent to the Dutch Commission. So let's not really agonize, let's organize. I think that is the message I've got from you people. And I thank you very much. I will not comment on all the questions that have been raised. I would have liked to comment on the issue of proportional representation raised by my fellow DP lady. But that's a very technical matter, which needs a lot of conversation, and time has run out. So thank you very much.
Can we give a big round of applause to the panel? Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Honorable Rose Namanja. Thank you very much, Honorable Winnie. And thank you very much, Louis Bongoya. May I invite the Honorable Wandero Gallo to, in summary, give us 2 minutes. You made the keynote, and then I'll invite Chris.
Thank you. I'll begin by an apology. Professor Sempe raised the question of not having had the paper before. Actually, the study is contained in over 230 pages. Things like political parties, electoral systems, artificial intelligence are all in that book. The problem we had is that it was sent for publication, but it was not brought out in time. That's why it is not out. Otherwise, the issues of artificial intelligence is chapter 6 in that book. Political parties has a chapter in that book. Electoral system has a chapter. Human rights has a chapter. We hope that when we get the book eventually published, all this will come out. Honorable Namayanja raised the issue of Article 178 and asked what is wrong with it. Yes, that article actually provides for regionalism and assigns some functions to the regions. Personally, I think it is a good article. I think where the problem is, why the regions decided to refuse it, is Honorable Namayanja, is that you were giving with one hand and taking with the other. Once you put in a provision empowering the president to take back and control the regions, people became suspicious. The second issue why Article 178, I think, was rejected is you did not make sufficient financial provisions for the regions. You still wanted control from the center. If you can correct those and have genuine regionalism, if you can correct those, remove the power of the president to take over regions and place there sufficient financial resources, I think we'll move a step further. I think that amendment was a step forward, but I can understand why it ran into trouble. From the audience, there was an issue of the Deputy Secretary General, I think, of DP. Yes, in my findings, actually, I find that first past the post is better suited for Uganda. And even the Electoral Commission, the Odoki Commission, left it open and said, since we have adopted movement system, we leave this question of proportional representation for debate in the future. I've captured that in the study. Kasaija, Prime Minister, Cabinet Minister, when you come to the definition of the hybrid which we
which we claim to have, semi-presidential. The true definition of a semi-presidential, according to the study, which I've replicated, is that the Prime Minister and Cabinet must enjoy confidence of Parliament. So what you have now, really, is not the real semi-presidentialism. Joseph, the issue of the movement political system was resolved by the Constitutional Court, I think Samuel Gerere and somebody versus others, in which it was held that the movement system was really a one-party system. So that one is settled. On the question of presidential, which Professor Sempewa discussed, and I take his position, I just want to give one example why some presidential systems cannot be telling the whole truth. If you look at the 2021 elections, there are 18,103,603 registered voters. Of those, President Museveni received 604,898, which is 58% of the vote. But if you look at it in the context of registered voters, the mandate of President Museveni in that election is 32.23%. So because of course of the low turnout, whether people decided no candidate was required of them. So that is one of the things which normally when you see 58.8%, you say the president has a mandate. Yes, he has a mandate as far as those who turned up to vote. But when you factor in all registered voters, you find there is a minority. Another issue which was raised, yes, the issue of a very important question. Why were you people in the Constituent Assembly sleeping? Why didn't you make a two-term limit? Why didn't you entrench it? Really, I have no answer. It cannot even be said to be an oversight. It was negligence. It was really negligence because we were saying we wanted a peaceful transfer of power. How could we have forgotten to entrench the two-term limit? That one can only plead guilty. Lastly, yes, there was a question asked of the panelists. Which two reforms would you advise now as we're going to 2026? In my study, which I've talked about, and there is a chapter on electoral systems, I think the most important is appointment of the Electoral Commission. And it is not late, just because it has been appointed, it is not late to redo the whole issue. But if we can look at Kenya's, you will find that you can have a relatively independent commission, if only we can borrow from what Kenya has done. Lastly, the question of civic education. Civic education is provided for in the Constitution. We don't just do our work. Article 52, sub-article 1, vests the Human Rights Commission with the function of civic education. Then Article 61, sub-article 1G, vests the Electoral Commission with voter education. So the provisions are there, but we simply do not implement it like a Secretary General Noop said. And Mr. Court asked about a civil society operating in a hostile environment. When you go to the Constitution, and you look at the directive principles of policy, you find that under Roman II, civil society organizations are specifically recognized by the Constitution. And the Constitution calls for them to be independent, which just brings back the same question. Much of the problems we have are really provided for. The only problem is the question of implementation. So we bring pressure on civil society organizations, we don't let them to act, and it reflects again back on us. I hope, as I conclude, Mr. Moderator, I hope that it will be possible to make available a study. As I said, it is over 200 pages, and it covers all the issues which have been raised here. It was simply because of shortage of time that I was asked to present on only 2 of the 6 chapters. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Can we give another big round of applause? Can we now give the biggest round of applause to ourselves? Thank you for being such a wonderful audience, for the interesting contributions and the participation up to this hour. It's 25 minutes after 1 o'clock. I was worried it would go on longer, but I'm glad that we've kept it within this time. Let me now invite Mr. Chris Nkwasibwe from NGO Forum to wrap this up for us.
Thank you, Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to give a speech, but to lead a clapping session that he has started. So give a big round of applause to Charles for really steering this conversation. And then definitely to our panelists, most of them were given short notice because we had late minute disappointments and they made time. So really want to invite you to clap for them. Sorry, I'm hungry. And then really to you, the panelists, really, the audience and the participants for honoring our invitation. We sent this invitation to only 200 people. We have received more than that, so we really want to thank you for making time. And just finally to commit on behalf of the organizers, Kituo Cha Katiba and the Uganda National NGO Forum, and really broadly civil society, the issue of civic education has come out strongly. And we continue to do this. In this process, we started from the grassroots collecting ideas, and most of those are in some of the publications that you have, one of which has a matrix of proposals that emerged from grassroots consultations. So we'd like really to commit to you that we are going to continue this conversation. Last year in March, we were here, and we had the Minister of Justice who promised to actually put in place a constitutional review commission and also promised that they are going to involve civil society in this particular process. We've heard that there's no money for this process, but Xavier was just whispering to me that what is lacking is the will, because money is there. And it's our obligation as civil society organizations and as you as citizens and stakeholders to put pressure on government to make sure that this happens. So we will be convening different conversations with different government stakeholders, with Parliament, with the Law Reform Commission and the Ministry of Justice to really make sure that we are sharing these ideas that are emerging from this process, and hopefully we'll see a constitutional review process that takes place. So thank you so much, and now you're all invited to lunch. And definitely, I don't want to forget to thank our teams at Kituo Cha Katiba and the NGO Forum who have put this together. Thank you so much, and have yourselves a very fantastic afternoon.